Good morning and welcome to the New York City Council Executive Budget Hearing on the Committees on Finance, jointly with Higher Education, jointly with Governmental Operations, State and Federal Legislation. At this time, can everybody please silence your cell phones? If you wish to testify, please go to the back of the room to fill out a testimony slip. At this time and going forward, no one is to approach the dais. I repeat, no one is to approach the dais. Chairs, we are ready to begin.
Thank you, Sergeant. Okay, good morning. Welcome to the fourth day of FY26 executive budget hearings. Today we'll be hearing from the City University of New York. I'm Councilmember Justin Brannan. I live here now, and I chair the Committee on Finance. I'm pleased to be joined by my colleague, Councilmember Eric Dinowitz, who chairs the Committee on Higher Education. We've been joined by Councilmembers Brewer, Williams, Carr, and Salam. Welcome, Chancellor Rodriguez and your team. Thank you all for joining us today to answer our questions. As a reminder, this is a government proceeding and decorum shall be observed at all times. As such, members of the public shall remain silent at all times. We'll be taking public testimony on the CUNY FY26 executive budget today after CUNY has testified, instead of holding one day at the end for all public testimony. If you wish to speak later today on the CUNY or the CFB FY26 executive budget, please make sure you fill out a witness slip with the Sergeant at Arms. On May 1st, 2025, the administration released the executive financial plan for FY26 to 29 with a proposed FY26 budget of $1.48 billion. CUNY's proposed FY26 budget of $1.48 billion represents 1.3% of the administration's total proposed FY26 budget in the executive plan. This is an increase of $199.5 million, or 15.5%, from the $1.28 billion originally budgeted in the FY26 preliminary plan back in January. This increase results from several actions, mostly baseline PEG restorations and collective bargaining agreements for unionized CUNY workers. As of March 2025, CUNY had 273 vacancies relative to its FY25 budgeted headcount. In the Council's budget response, we called on the Mayor to add $174.8 million to CUNY's budget for various programs and $211 million in capital dollars. CUNY remains a key pathway in providing upward mobility for working class families, and the budget should demonstrate that commitment to creating and presenting secondary quality education to New Yorkers. Everyone knows how important CUNY is to our city. Why this administration has been so proudly cavalier on underfunding CUNY is beyond me, but the Council has fought very hard for CUNY over the years. My questions today will largely focus on the tuition adjustment, CUNY's headcount and vacancies, and CUNY Reconnect, which is very important to this Council and to Speaker Adams. I now want to turn to my co-chair for this hearing, Councilmember Dinowitz, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Chair Brannan, and welcome to the fiscal 2026 executive budget hearing on the City University of New York, jointly with the Committee on Finance. I'm Councilmember Eric Dinowitz, Chair of the Committee on Higher Education, and importantly, a proud CUNY alum, the son of a CUNY alum, the brother of a CUNY alum, the husband of a CUNY alum, and today, special today, the co-chair of a CUNY alum. I want to thank Finance Chair Brannan for holding this joint hearing today. CUNY's fiscal 2026 executive budget totals $1.48 billion, which includes close to $1 billion in personal service funding to support 6,024 full-time positions. The budget also funds other than personal services for $426 million. CUNY's fiscal 2026 executive budget is $114.3 million greater than the $1.37 billion budget we adopted last year. The difference mainly due to the baseline restoration funding of about $96 million from the program to eliminate the gap. In addition, the budget does restore funding for several programs such as CUNY ACE, ASAP, and STEM Institute, long priorities of this council that we have often had to fight tooth and nail for in the budget. However, many other essential programs remain unfunded, including CUNY Reconnect, CUNY Flex, Access and Inclusion, Application Fee Waiver, and free commuting pilot program. It is imperative that CUNY is granted adequate funding to support our students and their needs. I look forward to hearing about CUNY's programs for our students with disabilities, such as CUNY Leads and CUNY Unlimited. Given this federal administration's policies on higher education, their attack on our students, we remain alert on the financial and policy implications that our students and faculty will be impacted by, and on the detrimental impact this can have on the future of our city. Before we begin, I would also like to thank our committee staff for their work, including Ali Stouffer, Florentine Cabore, Julia Goldsmith-Pinkham, and Regina Paul for their work. I would also like to thank Adam Staropoli, my Budget and Legislation Director, and Jenna Klaus, my Chief of Staff. And with that, I will now pass it back to Chair Brannon.
Thank you, Chair. Before we get started, I also want to take a quick moment to always thank the mighty Council Finance Division staff for their efforts behind the scenes preparing for these hearings, especially Ali Stouffer for today's hearing, Committee Counsel Brian Sarfo, my Senior Advisor John Yedden, and all the finance analysts and support staff back at Mission Control who make it all work. I'm now going to turn it over to Brian, the Committee Counsel, to swear in the witnesses, and we can begin.
Good morning. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee, and to respond honestly to council member questions? Chancellor Rodriguez? I do. Officer Batista? I do. Officer Solomon? I do. And Provost Alvero?
Can we begin? Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Brannon, Chair Dinowitz, and other members of the New York City Council Committees on Finance and Higher Education, staff, and guests. I'm Felix Matos Rodriguez, the Chancellor of the City University of New York, and I'm joined by CUNY's Interim University Provost Alicia Alvero, our Chief Operating Officer Hector Batista, and our Chief Financial Officer Sharif Soliman. I want to thank Speaker Adams and the entire City Council for your steadfast commitment to CUNY, our mission, our programs, and most of all, our students. Your support, along with Mayor Adams, Governor Hochul, and the State, Senate, and Assembly, have been critical in enabling CUNY's vital contributions to New York City. I want to begin by acknowledging the unprecedented times that we're in. Many in our community are coping with stress and anxiety due to evolving federal policies. As a system, we're facing losses in funding that threaten the research, innovation, and scholarship in the sciences as well as the arts that are a core part of our mission as a great public university. CUNY and campus leadership remain fully committed to supporting all members of our community, including immigrants and international students, and the vital transformative role that public higher education plays in New York City. Despite the uncertainties of the times, I always bet on CUNY, and we have continued to build on our efforts to expand academic excellence and opportunity and to promote equity. I want to start with a program that many of you are familiar with, CUNY Reconnect, the brainchild of Speaker Adams. That program continues to expand educational access for those seeking to return to college to complete a degree or earn a credential. Now, in its third year, CUNY Reconnect has enrolled over 40,000 students across the university, with more than 8,400 graduates now contributing to the city's workforce. One of our most important advances of the past year is the CUNY Transfer Initiative, which has created a seamless transfer process for students moving from community colleges to four-year programs. Faculty have aligned 6 of the most common transfer majors, ensuring that most transfer students retain credits in their majors. We have also developed a tool which enables every student to view their transfer credits immediately upon acceptance in a college, allowing them to make more informed decisions about their academic path and saving them an average of $1,220 in tuition. At CUNY, we aren't just preparing students for jobs after graduation. We are transforming their path to career success by reimagining how thoughtful planning and real-world experience can become core parts of their college journey. We now have more than 31,000 employers of every size in every field actively recruiting in the CUNY system. We've connected with more than 16,000 students directly to paid internships in the past 3 years. Our focused approach is being infused into our students' degree path, and that begins the day they step foot on a CUNY campus. That is why we're gearing up for the fall launch of CUNY Beyond, our campus roadmap for career success. This wide-ranging strategy makes CUNY the first system in the country to scale proven strategies at every step of the student experience. We also continue to strengthen our partnership with the city public school system through initiatives like College Now, Future Ready NYC, and College and Career Bridge for All, and College and Career Advising Fellows. Last year, these programs helped nearly 55,000 graduating seniors with post-secondary planning and financial aid, employed recent graduates as full-time college advisors, and enabled more than 28,000 students to earn college degree credit through preparatory courses. In the fall of 2024, more than 55,000 New York high school seniors applied to CUNY colleges during a 4-week fee waiver period. In collaboration with the public schools, we sent letters to seniors offering community college acceptance and encouraging applications to our senior colleges, driving a 13% increase in applications during the fall semester. One of the key indicators of our success in this partnership is the impact on enrollment, as it reflects that more New Yorkers are accessing opportunities for a brighter future. For the second consecutive year, CUNY student body has expanded, adding nearly 12,000 students over 2 years, representing a 5% growth. Our pioneering ASAP program welcomed its largest new cohort since 2019-2020, recruiting nearly 12,000 students. The program is now serving more than 22,000 students across CUNY. CUNY will launch ASAP for part-time students in the fall of 2025. And this will enable us to address a wider range of needs to even more students. ACE, the sister program of ASAP, supports nearly 3,000 students across 7 senior colleges and continues to demonstrate strong outcomes. In the past year, we have completed 73 capital projects totaling $760 million in capital funding, a critical advance in our ongoing project to modernize the university. Some noteworthy projects include replacing air handling units at Ostos Community College, installing a new cooling system at Kingsborough Community College, and replacing the boiler plant at Bronx Community College. I will now turn to the mayor's executive budget for fiscal year 2026. Let me begin by highlighting the importance of the full restoration of the $19.5 million in PEGs that have previously hurt our campuses. As you know, the reduction in funding has negatively affected our students, faculty, and staff, and the case of restoration has been a theme in my annual budget testimony before you. Indeed, the road to PEG restoration has been challenging, but we were fortunate to have strong support from this council along the way, and on behalf of the entire CUNY community, I want to thank you for standing with us. By baselining the full PEG restoration, we have an opportunity to thoughtfully develop a long-term plan to rebuild what was lost and to chart a course for enhancing our student-centric mission for years to come. We are grateful to the administration that the administration restore a sustainable funding stream, and also for the additional $50 million in one-time general operating support. This support will allow for meaningful one-time investments in priorities centered on student success. And also included in the executive budget is one-time funding for successful programs, including $10.1 million for ACE and CHAMPS, an additional $4.5 million for ASAP, and $1 million for the Brooklyn Recovery Corps and Medgar Evers College. In addition, $1 million was baseline for City College's CUNY STEM Institute. The financial outlook for our community colleges has been strengthened by additional support from our partners at the state level. The 2026 state budget enacted last week continues 100% of the community college funding floor, meaning that state-based aid will be no less than it was last year. We are also excited about the New York Opportunity Scholarship Program, which will provide pathways for current and prospective students in pursuing associate degrees in high-demand fields. We ask that you support the inclusion of the following student-centric priorities in the adopted budget. These priorities include application fee waivers, CUNY Reconnect expansion, food insecurity support, additional mental health services for students, programming to prevent religious and ethnic discrimination, support for Citizenship Now, more services for students with disabilities, support for a MetroCard pilot, and CUNY Beyond. Lastly, the executive budget capital plan includes $1.57 billion in city funding and $4.3 million in non-city grants over the 10-year plan through 2035. We appreciate the funding allocated in the capital plan and the focus of the City Council in ensuring that our facilities are in optimal condition. I want to highlight a couple of our top priorities for additional capital funding. First, we request $150 million in capital funding for the Ostos Allied Health and Natural Science Building, which will deliver a state-of-the-art facility with modernized lab spaces and other instructional spaces to the Bronx, and it was one of my last projects when I was president at Ostos. So I would like to see it come to fruition. Second, we request $200 million for the state of good repair projects. As you know, CUNY has set an ambitious goal to bring 55% of our vital building systems into a state of good repair by 2030. We have made some good progress, but there is more work to do, and the resources are needed to drive the number higher. In conclusion, I would like to once again thank the City Council for supporting CUNY priorities. CUNY's success is the state and the city's success. We look forward to working with you to deliver much-needed resources for this invaluable institution. This is an abridged version of larger testimony that I spare you the time, but I provide it for the record. And I thank you again for the opportunity to testify, and we look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Chancellor. We've also been joined by Council Members Moya and Lewis. I want to jump right into the PEG restorations. PEG, just a fancy word for cuts. The executive budget includes a PEG restoration of $95.5 million in FY26, which is baseline. Large part of these restorations are allocated to personal services. Could you tell us how many vacancies does CUNY currently have? And if you can, what is the vacancy breakdown by college?
So let me turn to our CFO, Sherry Suleiman, for those numbers and that data.
Sure. Thank you, Chair, for the question. Out of a total headcount at community colleges of 10,291, we have 90 vacancies for pedagogical positions, 276 vacancies for non-pedagogical positions. I do not have the breakdown by college of the vacancies. I do have the breakdown of the colleges by full-time, part-time.
And how does that, is that better or worse than it's been, about average in terms of vacancies?
Well, I think overall, and I think you've heard from us the impact of the PEGs, and when you really look at comparing current headcount to fiscal 2021, community colleges were down over 496 positions. So when we look at sort of the PEG restorations, which we're appreciative of, it will begin, as the Chancellor said, to rebuild what was lost. And so part of that, of course, will be to shore up some of those positions in particular areas that were cut. So for example, areas of great need like financial aid counselors, certainly today more important than it ever has been. Academic advisors at certain colleges. So those are just a couple of examples of some of the restorations in terms of addressing the vacancies.
And do you need to hire, or will you hire for additional new positions in addition to the existing vacancies?
Yes, I think the opportunity now, and again, we're having the discussion with the chancellor and the executive team about not only rebuilding what was lost, but to really rethink and reimagine, right? It's been a few years. So what is it that really we want to invest in so our community colleges can thrive and so we can really invest in student success?
And when you, what is what's the plan for, now that you have some of the PEG restorations, seeing things through an equity lens in terms of all your colleges? How do you triage and prioritize who gets what?
I mean, that is a conversation that we have with our college presidents, right? Some of the factors that will be included there is the enrollment trends in some of those colleges, right? In terms of some of the support that they might, enrollment drives some of the funding for some of the colleges. We're also watching the overall fiscal health of all of the campuses, right? The CFO and the team work very closely with the campuses in addressing some of those things. There might be some new opportunities in terms of new programs, either both in fields that are in demand that we want to make sure that we have them for folks. We've also been very fortunate with programs like CUNY Reconnect, right? It's been not just really great for the students that have come back, but in doing all that, we have learned a lot how to better serve students who have been out there with no degree but some college credits. So we'll be taking some of those lessons to work with the colleges in the staffing. I don't know if you want to add anything else, Sharif.
Nope, I think that was perfect.
And keeping on the PEG restoration, so the other portion of the restored PEGs includes funding for OTPS other than personal services. It's $2.3 million, which is baselined in FY26. Which specific items, what specific OTPS items would these funds pay for?
I think we will be looking anew at what those needs are. If those needs are relevant today like they were back then, some of those OTPS costs could have been funded with other funds, particularly from the state, for example, for community colleges. So we're taking, a renewed look not only on the PS side, but the OTPS side. And as you know, Chair, the PEGs affected a number of different areas, including fringe and vacancy sweepbacks. So it was a smaller portion of OTPS. And again, we have to look at also how one-time funds have been used from the state and additional general operating support that we've received that may have filled those OTPS needs.
Okay, I want to talk about tuition adjustment. So the executive plan includes a reduction of $50 million in FY25 only for tuition adjustment related to student enrollments. This reduction was also reflected in the FY25 November plan, accounting for a total reduction of $100 million in FY25 for tuition adjustments. So what was CUNY's projected student enrollment versus actual enrollments in FY24 and 25?
So I'll speak to the adjustment, and then I'll maybe ask my colleague, Alicia Alvaro, to address the enrollment. The technical adjustment is essentially what it is. Each year, OMB will ask us for our revenue projections, and we essentially give them those projections, and then they do a technical adjustments to align the actual revenue budget with what we expect to collect.
And do you anticipate an additional reduction in FY26?
We're hoping that won't be the case, because we're hoping that we will have a nice uptick in enrollment that we're working really hard on. So we are hopeful that our communication to the administration next year will be, we anticipate more revenue from collections because of the uptick in enrollment.
So overall, does CUNY anticipate an increase in overall enrollment?
Let me, she can give you some of the numbers. Let me also say that some of the investments, like adding the funding for the application fee waivers, we've seen the impact that has in driving early enrollment applications, allowing us to work more closely with the students. So we assume that should we receive the funding that we're asking to sort of make everybody complete, that would also be helpful with enrollment. But let me allow Provost Alvaro to give you some numbers.
Yes, I can tell you that comparing May 12th this year to the enrollment of May 12th last year, we're up in the senior colleges 4% enrollment, at the comprehensive 16%, at the community colleges 18%, and graduate 7%. And so that's a snapshot at a moment in time of where we were same time last year. And we are really excited about this and working hard to hope that that momentum continues.
Okay, I want to talk about the FY26 capital budget. In the executive plan, CUNY's capital commitment plan for FY25 to 29 totals $1.1 billion, which is roughly $400 million greater than the capital budget in the preliminary plan back in January. Are there any new projects that are added to the executive plan since the preliminary plan?
You want to take on?
So as the chancellor said in his testimony, our main focus right now is really focused on the state of good repair. We currently have about 800 active projects, and really is to really focus on our strategic goal, which is to get the system to 55%. So there's a lot of projects connect across all our campuses, to really focus in on systems that we believe are going to have a problem. I testify in front of the council, in front of the chair of the Education Committee, and we talked about a facility, we did an assessment, condition assessment of our system, and what that has done for us is allow us to really be more targeted on how we use capital dollars to make sure that we don't have the same problem we had several years ago with Bronx Community College, where the boiler went down. Now we know, and we could be more strategic in terms of targeting our capital dollars. So a lot of the focus is really connected to the state of good repair. And I'm happy to report that because of that, we started out with a base of 24. We're now up to 27%. So we're really making a great headway, and really with this targeted approach.
Have you requested any additional capital funds from OMB?
Well, as the chancellor alluded, we have requested money on a couple of major projects, such as hostels, right? $150 million to really focus on that project. We've obviously also have talked to OMB about making sure that Sparks, which is a project that we're very committed to, which is connected to a life science project in Kiss Bay. Those are projects that are very important to the university. Plus, we have a couple of projects at Hunter, at York, that we are very concerned about, connected to water filtration and things along those lines. So those are projects that we really targeted to make sure that, that we don't have those kind of challenges that we foresee, at least on those facilities that are in state of bad repair. So those are the kind of the focus areas.
And in terms of the budget, the executive budget includes the allocation of $9.2 million in new funding for borough presidents, and the breakdown is as follows. In Brooklyn, it's $100,000. In Queens, it's $6.5 million. In Manhattan, it's $1.288 million. And in the Bronx, it is $1.4 million, for a total of $9.288. And I just add to what CO Batista said, which is, we're also, in terms of requests of the administration, we're constantly on the state of good repair. And the number for community colleges is $200 million based on the replacement value of the building stock, right? So that's something that we also emphasize that would really allow us to make headway on the state of good repair percentage.
And I think you mentioned in your testimony that on the ongoing work at Bronx Community College, right?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, I just have a couple of more. So the threat of federal funding cuts is obviously casting a shadow over this entire process. In FY24, $112.4 million in federal funding for CUNY sunset. Did the sunsetting of these funds cause any of CUNY's programming to be significantly reduced or eliminated?
So I'm not sure that 112 million. I'm just if we focus for a second on the sort of tax levy side of the equation. There's also the research grant side, which I'll let my colleagues address. On the tax levy side, the biggest chunk of federal aid that CUNY receives is from Title IV federal funding. That includes Pell Grants, that includes federal loans, that includes federal work study. To give you an idea of the magnitude of those funds, in fiscal year 2024, $888 million was received in Title IV federal student aid. So that is essentially the bulk, the major chunk of federal funding that CUNY receives. On the federal research grant side, that number's $200 million, and I know that the chancellor and the provost can address some of the impacts there. Clearly, we are concerned about the budget reconciliation bill moving through Congress, and there are certain provisions in there that would affect Pell. 57% of our students receive Title IV federal aid. That's not only Pell, but that's the loans, that's the federal work study. So that's a big, big chunk, obviously, of our students that we serve that come to CUNY for an education. So we are really concerned that the provisions that are moving forward that seek to change sort of the full-time credit load to qualify for full Pell from 12 credits to 15 credits will have a real big impact, as well as the impacts on the loans. So that's something that we're watching very closely.
And do you have an accounting of the latest numbers of the canceled research grants?
That we have,
Yes, we
Well, those,
received
yes.
a total of 78 stop work orders, and 7 were rescinded. So right now it's
So the 78 stop work orders on research grants, right? What does that amount to? How much money?
so $17 million that we anticipated receiving for research has been is at risk because.
And what kind of research do these grants fund?
Variety of research, from environmental to research that looks at the impact of disease on underrepresented populations. It varies all over, and no real rhyme or reason to which ones were canceled.
and I mean, two things, Chair Brannan. First, we'd be happy to send you and the colleagues a list of what we have. There's a list that changes every day, right, as we receive new ones. And also, we've been creating a task force that works with the principal investigators to, when we receive one and we think that the grounding for that is not the soundest, we're challenging that, also allowing us the opportunity later to sue, right, by exhausting all.
That's a good point. So what is the process for, appealing the stop work orders? How does that work?
It varies depending on the agency that's issuing and the rationale. That's why we built a task force that has personnel from the Office of Research that reports to the provost, from each campus office that has the sponsor research office in the campus, and the research foundation. They look when the work order comes, and then they give guidance to that PI, and depending on how the letter is constructed, we provide advice as to you can challenge on these grounds, or and in some cases too, on the ones where they said that we have to start immediately, we also try to provide some bridge funding to keep some of the folks employed.
And what's the typical reasoning they give?
It's very tough to, in some they will cite generic compliance with new executive orders from the federal government. In other ones, they might be more specific about changes in priorities for the administration. That's some of the language, for example, that's coming in the most recent letters from the National Science Foundation. But again, we are, under the Provost's leadership, creating opportunities for bridge funding to support some of the grants. We are trying to be aggressive in defending when we believe that the grounds for the stoppage is inappropriate. We're also working at the state level with some of the cases that have been taken, in this case by the State Attorney General against the administration on the indirect for NIH, Department of Energy, and considering NSF. And we're also leveraging some of our national, I have the timing honor of being the chair of the American Council of Education, which is the largest higher ed membership organization. And we had never been a plaintiff in a lawsuit for 100 years. We've been a plaintiff in 3 related to this matter. So all hands on deck.
Thank you very much, Chancellor and your team. I hand it over. We've been joined by Councilmember Sanchez, and I'm going to hand it over to Chair Dinowitz.
Well, thank you, Chair Brandon. I want to follow up on 2 of the items before I get into my questions. The federal grants, so you said $17 million at risk, 78 stop work orders. And how many positions are at risk due to this $17 million cut from the federal government?
So about so far, 98 employees have been affected by the grants that have been stopped. As I mentioned to you before, we have been working with each campus that sometimes if a grant is in the middle, we've been able to provide bridge funding to keep some of the employees. Campuses have also made decisions on the value of the research, meaning in this grant, if we stop now, all the research is gone, right? Because it's a year of work to get to where we are. So that is, but just to give you the worst possible outcome, right? If all the federal funding that we get, which is about $200 million overall, stop, that'll be like 14,000 employees.
And that, that includes that, the other, you said the Title IV was 888. The 200 million is all the research funding?
This is research, yes.
All research.
That figure has to do more with Pell and the money that comes that way.
And how many students are involved in these research projects?
I think we have a breakdown by project. We can provide you that. We wouldn't know that.
But it doesn't just affect employees. It also affects the very students doing the research, right? And so, to summarize, the federal government is trying to unemploy CUNY workers and make our students dumber, right? Like, is that fair to say?
Well, the point that you're driving, I want to be fully supportive because this is not just numbers and figures which are important. This is careers. These are mentorships. These are our potential next generation of scientists or artists that are being cut short by not being able to be part of this grant. So absolutely disastrous disinvestment in research.
And of course, the health, you mentioned diseases, health, environmental. Yep. It appears the federal government also wants us to be less healthy. Yep. That's my opinion. I guess our president disagrees. In line with federal policy, the Department of Homeland Security has revoked student visas at various universities throughout New York City, including at CUNY. Have CUNY students been affected by this? And if so, how many CUNY students have been affected?
Well, 25 student visas were revoked and have since been reinstated.
All 25?
All 25. Of those 25, 3 students had made the decision to go back home and to their country. All 3 are completing their degrees online.
And what types of support has CUNY provided for these students and other immigrant students who are facing similar challenges?
Well, every campus has a designated school official, a DSO, for international students. And at CUNY Central, we really mobilized that team. The moment our offices received information about the student visa. We proactively reached out to the student and said, come to us. We will provide you with all the information necessary in order to make an informed decision about what you should do, connecting them to Citizenship Now, which provides free legal counsel and support, and explain to them what the process is. In CUNY, the biggest question and fear of the students is, am I dropped immediately from one day to the next? And the answer is no. Change in status does not change enrollment status. And so we provided them with all of the information necessary to make the best decision for them.
Thank you, and thank you for bringing up CUNY Citizenship Now. It is a wonderful program funded that we support and fund in this council. That we've held seminars in my district to help people get their citizenship. I just have to say it's a wonderful, wonderful program that CUNY does. Have there been?
And it's on the green sheet, so we could do more if we get additional funding.
Well, don't worry.
It's okay.
Have the green sheet. And what financial investments in supporting immigrant students have been made are highlighted in the executive budget?
So, I mean, a number of things. As you heard when our CFO was answering, what are some of the services that could be restored as a result, for example, of the PECs being restored? Clearly, there's a new area. I mean, it's an ongoing area of need. We always have had a large number of undocumented immigrant students, international students, as part of the CUNY DNA. So I would imagine that some of the consideration as we decide, which services to bring in will be working. Several of our campuses have either specific offices that support immigrant and undocumented students, or they have an office that does that, right? So there might be additional staffing that goes to those areas as a result of the PEG restoration. Obviously, any additional funding that comes for advising and all those things will have an impact on also supporting the students.
So supporting immigrant students is part of your sort of general fund. There's no specific allocation designed to help New York City immigrant CUNY students?
No, I don't think specifically, but some of the offices that do that are supported by state and city dollars.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. I also have to share, it's my opinion that it's ridiculous. The very students who you want to be getting an education and who are trying to do their best for their families and for our city seem to also be the target of our lovely federal administration. I just want to follow up on the capital projects because it was mentioned in Chair Brannon's questions. You should know your successor, Daisy's doing a fantastic job advocating for the Allied Health and Sciences building.
Also certainly got an upgrade in its presidency.
Yeah. I will remain neutral on that. That's a no-win thing for me to respond to. But the executive capital commitment plan includes $5 million in fiscal 2025 for the Allied Health and Sciences building, $4.5 million of which was added in the executive plan. So the total 5-year is $6.5 million. And in your testimony, you used the number $150 million. Can you talk a little bit about the discrepancy, as well as, of course, the scope of the project and the timeline for that project?
So let me turn to our COO, who's been deep in the numbers on this particular case.
Yeah, so thank you for the question, Chair. The $6.5 million is really to demolish the existing site that's there. Recently, because of some work that the university has done in partnership with the private owner, there was a park that was fixed there, and so now we have the potential of squatters being in that space. There's all kinds of bad situations that could happen there. So, and the building has some structural issues. So we're going to demolish the space and then fully pave it in preparation for a future project, which we're advocating for.
And do you have a timeline for the completion of the entire project?
Of the demolition?
Of the demolition and construction of the building?
Well, the construction of the building, we obviously hope that through your good offices and others here, we were able to secure the $150 million that we need. But we think this is a step in order to secure that space, which is really becoming a real problem for the local community.
And as you know, we need to secure the city side so that we can unlock state funding for the part of the project too.
That's right.
So.
That's right. And I will once again say, I'm reminded of that because Daisy's doing a fantastic job advocating for the college. You left it in good hands.
Yes.
The executive budget, so onto operational and the expense side, or back to the expense side. The executive plan includes an additional $15 million in fiscal 26 for operational support for community colleges. This is one-time funding. And what are these funds allocated for? How are they divided among campuses? And how are those decisions made for this one-time funding?
Sure, thank you for the question. So last year was the first time the $15 million one time was allocated. Clearly at that time we still had baseline pegs, so it took the baseline peg to $80 million. The community colleges still have a structural deficit of about $21 million. So that $15 million was allocated out last year to the community colleges based on full-time equivalent in terms of students. We're putting the money where the students are, right? This year, with the restoration of the baseline pegs plus that $15 million, it opens up new opportunities to look at things anew. Again, as the Chancellor mentioned, we may look at bolstering up some of the support for our immigrant students, some of the other supports on academic advisors, financial aid counselors. We'll look at library hours. We'll look at the whole, spectrum of different opportunities to make investments. It's one-time fund that's not recurring, so we want to make sure that we emphasize, as we always do, to be cautious about PS expenditures with respect to one-time funds, but all in all, it's going to help, and we're going to look anew again at the PEG restoration plus that one time to see what kind of investments we can make.
Thank you. So let's talk about some of the programming that perhaps the $15 million could go to in some spaces. CUNY ACE. The executive plan includes the restoration of $9.1 million for CUNY ACE and $5.5 million for ASAP, including a $1 million baseline for ASAP's leasing cost. So can you remind us, you mentioned in your testimony, how many students are enrolled in the ACE and the ASAP program, and of course how the restoration of the PEG funding and perhaps the $15 million additional dollars may impact the ACE and ASAP programs?
Lisa, you want to jump to that? Yep.
Yeah, the annual,
Can you,
sorry, on and off. The annual enrollment is 22,450 students for ASAP, and ACE 2,646 students.
and then with the restoration of funding, how those numbers may be impacted?
With the restoration, the goal has always been to reach 25,000, but the PEGs have impacted our ability to reach that target.
So with the restoration, with the restoration of the PEG, can the ASAP program reach your goal of the 25,000 students?
We would like to aim for that. We are actually starting a part-time ASAP program because so many more students are part-time students, and so we're finding creative ways to meet the needs of our students and aim to increase enrollment, and we'll evaluate based off of that, but definitely be able to increase.
But we're not 100% sure if we can meet that goal of 25,000.
25,000, yes, from one year to the next. We will have to review and revisit, so I can't make a promise.
And when do you, that's all right. When do you know the enrollment numbers for ASAP?
When will we know the final? I mean, students are currently enrolling now, so it's still very early for fall enrollment projection.
And we did an entire exclusive, in addition, I'm sure all of you have seen when we do our CUNY campaign that we take over the city and the subways and we wrap around as many places as we can, letting people know that they can achieve their dreams. We decided to do a specific ASAP focus campaign to be able to bring back some of that enrollment. Is something that we also emphasize in the relationship with the, when we've done the recruitment with the New York City Public Schools and other institutions. So we assume that that's going to help to drive some of the numbers. We also the New York Opportunity Scholarship Program, right, which is the new state program of free community colleges for individuals in certain disciplines. We believe that that is also going to drive traffic to the community colleges by people who want to be part of that program, but they come with questions, and then when we have them there, we might be able to say, you may or may not qualify for this, but ASAP is right here for you. So we feel in a very good space in terms of being able to rebuild and be able to reach that number. We have a much better sense probably by midsummer in terms of what the enrollment might be for the fall.
Yeah, we know. I mean, we know in this committee, ASAP is one of the most successful programs for our students. I think it was 13 months ago that we had a hearing on this before the executive budget. There's significant amount of data. The one area, one of the main areas I think of growth was that ASAP, the program is not changing its target goals. It's had the same target of, I think, 50% to graduate in 3 years. And even though you're meeting or exceeding that goal, the ASAP program is not pushing itself forward, and I think this appears to me to be in the same category, where we know it's a successful program. We know in the City Council we have fought for funding. We know now you're getting the PEG restoration, and it seems like an opportune time to set a goal and commit to reaching that goal, to embrace more students in this wildly successful program. And while you're at it, move the goalposts for yourself and make it more, have more students achieve that success, and have you guys set those goals a little further, because CUNY can meet those goals.
Can I go?
Yep. I was going to say, hot off the press, that as of today, enrollment is 3.6% higher in ASAP than it was last year. But to your point about setting the goals, we are very strategic in setting the goals, and we set targets for each of the community colleges for ASAP, but it's always dependent on finding out news about the budget. So we are very actively, now that we have more sense of the restoration of the PEGs and the budget, setting those targets and working with the individual colleges.
So this is yin and yang, because the comment that I was going to make is that, and I know that this is something that the council has been entirely supportive, so I'm just preaching to the converted, that baselining programs like ASAP allows us to do the planning to be able to make, because when we bring somebody on, we're making a promise of having you in the program for 2 or 3 years. Right? So if it's challenging to do that when a component of that continues to change every year, so I'm not that I'm saying something that they have full support here, but the more than things like ASAP will be baseline, it'd be a lot easier for us to work on targets, because you would know exactly what the funding is going to be year to year.
Thank you. I want to ask about high school programs and disability service funding. The plan includes $14.8 million in fiscal 25 only for CUNY's College Pathways program, which provides college courses to high school students to allow them to earn college credits early. What's the total budget for this program, and how much does it cost per student?
We'll have to sort of find that. Do you have the data for that? I don't have. Kathy?
It is an intra-city program, which means that we have, through the agencies that come through, total, we have about $150 million in those intra-city programs. For Pathways specifically, we can get you that number.
Thank you. And you know how many high school students are enrolled in any of these programs?
We have to get you that information. I don't think we have that handy. I don't know. Nope.
By the way, I don't think everyone who's maybe watching now could see. I love all the turning heads. You have 500 CUNY employees here. Someone's got to have the answer.
Yeah.
So if I asked, what would the actual full funding amount needed be for fiscal 26, would you know the answer to that?
No, but we can get that to you. What?
I saw a note passed.
Yes.
Okay, so the current is for College Pathways, $14.8 million is the current. In terms of the ramp up to cover more, we'd have to model that and get back to you.
Okay, and you've proven that in this class, it is okay to pass notes. Very helpful. And there are a couple of programs I want to ask about. CUNY Unlimited provides students with intellectual disabilities the chance to experience college through a non-credit credential program. How many students are enrolled in this program, and what does outreach for this program look like?
We will have to get you that information. I do not have enrollment. No.
I looked at about half a dozen different heads, and they all went like
We'll
this.
get you the number. I don't think,
Okay.
I don't want to give you the wrong information.
Okay. I'm going to move on to questions from the committee members, and then we'll go back to us.
Okay, we have questions starting with Councilmember Brewer, followed by Williams.
Thank you very much. On childcare, because I know that helps keep us in school in terms of parents. I didn't know how many colleges have them and how many slots are available, and is this an ongoing issue in terms of wait list, or is it something that you can address?
I am looking at the tab, but I am happy to tell you that we do not have any current wait lists. One of the strong collaborations that we were able to implement is if a student, if the capacity has been reached at one campus, students can take advantage of the seat at any of the CUNY campuses. So just because they're a Hunter College student doesn't mean that they can't take advantage of something that might be closer to home or their workplace, and it has worked wonderfully, and so we do not have a wait list for any of the child care centers. And what was the first question?
So just, I mean, how much is it costing, or how does it get paid for, or that kind of question, just the numbers. And how many slots do you have across the
Yep. So we
campuses?
have a total capacity of 1,452 seats.
Okay.
Current enrollment at this point in time is 723, and that varies based off of age range.
Okay. And it's paid for by vouchers or by students, or depending?
A combination of both.
Okay. Next question is dorms. I think when you did that, you know, Chancellor knows I'm not crazy about that thing down at Brookdale, but lost the dorms. So how, did you lose dorms at that point? Are you providing more dorms for CUNY students? CUNY students need dorms.
Yeah.
Good to see you, Councilwoman. We have, at CUNY currently, we have about 2,858 dorms. So we have, and then we have a plan.
28, 50, what would you?
2,858.
Okay.
And we have, we did an analysis of the demand at CUNY because we wanted to understand. It was a question that you have raised
I did.
at one of the hearings.
Yep.
And that analysis concluded that we needed some additional dorms in Manhattan and a couple of the other boroughs. So we're in the process of, sort of determining that and looking for sites that sort of make sense. I think one of the things that the chancellor has charged me with is trying to find dorms affordability, right? And trying to sort of, and I'm happy to report that in one of the projects that we did recently in Manhattan, we were able to not only address the Brookdale dorms overall, which were
You lost some there, yeah.
a lot less than the marketplace. We also were able to create an additional 120 dorms, really low affordable, and soon we'll be announcing something along those lines. So really focused, but the total of dorm growth over the next 5 years for CUNY is 1,172.
So you'll need that many in the future.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. Next question, quite quickly, is Gutman, as you know, is one of my favorite places since I was there at the beginning. They need to have more space. I don't want them to leave Manhattan. So what are you doing to help them find more space in Manhattan? What happened to the North Building, et cetera?
So thank you for that question. We secure more space for them in the current arrangement that they have in Bryant Park, so that's Manhattan. So they have space to address some of their more immediate needs, and we continue to assess, what is the overall plan for North Hall and whether government sort of is part of that or not. I am looking forward to the next time that we convene, that you can scratch that question off your list and have a definitive answer and move to other topics.
Okay, it's almost, it's not in another borough. Is that promise that you're not going to move them to another borough? The Gutman family doesn't want to go to another borough, and they're suing you.
And I cannot talk about litigation, as you know.
All right. Just one more quick question. I think the schools that CUNY runs, like Hunter Science and others, are excellent. Are you planning to do, how many students do you have in those schools, and are you planning to take over more schools, because CUNY does a great job?
We continue to partner with the Department of Education. I don't think that we are foreseeing taking over additional schools. There might be opportunities with some of the early college funding that the state has made available for additional opportunities there, right? And we're very proud of the 19 schools that we have there. We're also partnering with one in the new space in Sparks. So we want to continue to do some more, maybe not necessarily taking, control of the schools, but in partnership with and also really, really expanding Future Ready, College Now. All those are great pipeline programs in which we're de facto teaching the next generation of teaching. So thank you for your support.
All right, thank you.
Councilmember Williams, followed by Lewis.
Thank you. I'm going to start with a general question, which is how do you determine which schools to prioritize in your capital budget? So how do schools make this green sheet?
Okay, so do you want to talk about the process?
Good to see you again, Councilwoman. Well, the way we sort of do, as I stated earlier, we recently did a facility assessment of all our university, and we really are sort of leaning into the whole notion of the state of good repair and making sure that we really are focused on systems and making sure that we really are focused on deferred maintenance. Across the system, we try to address how the capital budget in terms of that needs that are happening. If we feel that a boiler is going to go in a particular building, that school, then we obviously allocate a lot more resources to that particular school to address, because we know a year from now that boiler is going to be off and it's going to create a real problem for the school. But the chancellor across the system, we've allocated for the community college kind of an even number of $33 million, and this new request that we're putting in for $200 million, and that's broken down into various sort of system, but it's all connected.
Wait, you're saying that each community college gets the same amount of capital money?
In one bucket, and then we have another bucket which really focus on those systems that particular college we feel is going to go offline, and because they're going to go offline, we're going to allocate that college additional. So the point of that, the way I laid it out for you, was that everyone gets something, but we also, some schools get a little bit more because of the reports that we get and connected to the state of their facilities or challenges they have in one of those systems.
Like in Bronx Community College, years of not investing in that created a situation in which, in a large campus, right, which also matters in terms of what you have to make sizable investments of capital. So they will be seen as having more, but because of the aging infrastructure, force us to do that. So that's some of the ways in which there might be some unevenness depending on more emergency situations or things that require a lot more immediate attention.
Okay. So there is a true assessment, though. It's not just anecdotal, oh, we want to give money to this school because they said this. Do you actually look at investments from previous years, look at the current state of the school? Because I think from our vantage point, sometimes it seems arbitrary, because for different CUNY campuses that we have in our districts, they also submit various capital projects year after year. And then CUNY, CUNY Central, you then kind of prioritize certain college campuses, certain projects over other schools. So it doesn't really seem like there's an equitable process for determining which schools and campuses you think deserve to be further prioritized by your advocacy. So I'm just trying to understand that.
So let me, as someone who was a campus president of 2 campuses, let me tell you that no campus is ever happy with the allocations they get of capital, right? And I was not when I was president at Queens or at Hostos, right? There's only so many dollars to go around, and the leadership here of CEO Batista and Mohamed Atala has now done with that state of good repair a much more scientific analysis of where we are in all the different infrastructure, so we can say, you need to really invest more here at this point because this boiler system is going to blow off in a year versus something that might have 10 and 15 years. So that might provide some of the perceptions of discrepancies, but we tried to allocate the resources in a balanced way based on the number of students in the schools and things of that nature. So we take that into account, conversations with the presidents in the campuses, and also with some of the elected officials who comment at times and support projects. So we try to do this scientific way, and while trying to be of service to all our campuses.
I mean, I could just add one thing. I mean, just because you don't see it in the green sheet doesn't mean we're not advocating, right? There's a capital book that's put out every year, and that capital book, we're out sort of making sure that, and that has the priorities of all the presidents. Every year, a vice chancellor for facility management meets with the president, the leadership, and talks about the priorities, and that's how we go into what we're going to talk to the chancellor about. But it always starts with the state of good repair, right? What are the kind of systems that we need in order to keep that college continually running, and then it gets triaged in sort of different ways. So that green sheet is just one. You know, you can't. If not, that green sheet would be 100 pages long, right? We got to have one that is for us to focus on certain priorities.
I know, but it does signal like what you're prioritizing, even though you might have a larger list of requests. Okay, but just moving on specifically to your college, CUNY has indicated $30 million allocation for addressing groundwater flooding at your college, yet this appears to be a reallocation of existing funds rather than a new investment. Can you clarify whether this funding is indeed additional or simply a shift in budgetary responsibility? Furthermore, how does this impact the existing commitments and allocations previously made by the City Council for this critical infrastructure issue? And then I'm gonna just ask my last question because it's also about your college. While the short-term and medium-term mitigation efforts at your college are appreciated, the long-term solution, such as replacing the basement slab, is not currently budgeted and is projected 2 decades into the future. Given the historical underinvestment in Southeast Queens, what concrete steps is CUNY taking to ensure that long-term sustainable solutions are funded and implemented in a timely manner to address the persistent infrastructure challenges faced by this college? I saw that basement slab myself multiple times. I have toured it. It's the foundation wall of the main academic building that is corroded because of groundwater flooding, and there's no investments that have been made. So if you could just answer the 2 questions on the $30 million and any type of long-term investments. And just so you know, I have also been asking the administration and the MTA to waive the fee because York College also has to pay $1 million plus every year to pump water into the subway system to get it out of their basement. So I am not just coming to CUNY to solve for this problem, but I am also asking the other powers that be to address this issue. As you know, York College has a ton of funding issues, and to have to spend a dime or a penny to pump out water for an environmental issue that is not their problem is like a big issue for me.
Well, thank you, and thank you for being such an advocate on behalf of York. I will say this to you, a couple of things. Number one, the $30 million project, one of the things that our Vice Chancellor for Facility Manager has done is kind of look at budgets and projects that where we had excess, the project came under budget or resources weren't allocated, and we're now using a strategy to reallocate those resources because those are resources that are available. And we're prioritizing certain projects within colleges across. It's safe to say that as part of the ongoing problems that exist there with the water, at this project, the $30 million is a critical project, and it's connected to the foundation, right? We got to address this issue in order to begin to address the larger problem. Second, I think the larger CUNY overall has in its capital, in the state of good repair, we have a need for about $6.2 billion. We get about $1.3 billion a year. I mean, in the 5-year plan. And so in order for us to be able, we need to address things in a strategic way to begin to address the facility challenges. Yes, it is a priority for us, but it's a big number.
I don't think I understood your answer. So the $30 million, where did that money come from? Did you just move line items around, or did you find money? Like, where does that money come from? Like, are you shortchanging one particular project to fund this one? Like, did you just change the purpose of the funds, or is it new money, additional money, actual investment into your college?
Okay, so these are resources. This $30 million came from remaining funds from other projects that we.
At York or other places?
Other places? Other places at CUNY.
And then the long-term investment to support the main academic building?
It is a priority
with a
for
corroded
us.
foundation wall holding up the entire
I
building.
think phase one is for us to address this immediate problem, so we can then focus on the larger problem.
Okay, thank you, chairs.
Thank you, Councilmember. Now we have questions from Councilmember Lewis.
Thank you, chairs, and good to see you, Chancellor, and your whole team. I have one quick capital question, and the rest of the questions on OTPS. In your testimony today, you mentioned that the ask to the borough president was $9.28 million, of which $100,000 would be particularly for Brooklyn. So I wanted to know if you could elaborate a little bit more on that, but which new capital projects or campus expansions are being prioritized in Brooklyn? Because I'm trying to figure out where that $100,000 goes, and how does CUNY weigh campus needs and enrollment demand when allocating infrastructure resources like these capital projects? And my quick OTPS questions. In August 2024, the state legislature passed a new law requiring menstrual products to be available for free at CUNY campuses. So I wanted to know, has CUNY implemented this law? Has CUNY allocated additional funding from the state for this particular program? And if yes, how much? And what is the yearly cost to supply menstrual products to all CUNY campuses? And is this included in the FY26 budget request? Thanks.
So you gonna take the capital for Brooklyn question first?
Sure. I mean, we're going to have to look into the 100,000. I don't have the answer on that, so I'll get you that.
You guys mentioned your borough president ask was $9.28 million, of which $100,000 is going to Brooklyn. In your testimony today.
We're going to have to get it to you.
In the testimony?
Because you have 3 CUNY campuses in Brooklyn, so I'm trying to figure out where does.
Yeah, so this one is Kingsborough. Kingsborough for the Child Development Center expansion.
And the remaining of the $9.28 million?
The remaining is all in other boroughs.
Got it. Now regarding the OTPS?
You have the menstrual, I think you have the data, right, on that?
Yeah, all our.
Yep.
Sure. On all our campuses, except for one we're working with, are
complying.
We're in compliance. We have all, and the campuses are
Are fully adhering to the law?
to the law, correct.
Okay. And how much is the ask in the budget?
That I have to get you.
Is this sustained or it's the same amount?
I think we're funding that. The central office is funding that.
Okay.
So we can get you a number, yes.
But we could get you a number.
Yep.
It'll be good to know. Thank you.
Yep. Sure.
Thank you, chairs.
Thank you. We've also been joined by Councilmember Feliz. I just have a couple more questions. Every college library in the country is staffed by work-study students, right?
I mean, not just by
Right.
work study students. I mean, that's one of the positions where normally many of the campuses, work studies are located, among many other things they do on the campus too.
So what would it mean to our libraries if we lost all those work-study students?
Well, I mean, so two things. The work study, there's an impact to the student because that is part of the financially packaging, right? So that student could potentially have to stop, right? Because they're counting on that work study position to be able to support their education. So there's the impact there. And then also the work studies are, part of the work that we do. So, I mean, I don't have a precise number from libraries. We can do that deep dive if you want, but that'll be sort of the generic answer to that question.
And were there any additional new needs that CUNY requested from OMB that were not included in the executive plan? Anything specific?
No.
No?
No.
Okay. And lastly, for me, May 5th, the U.S. Department of Education began collecting on defaulted student loans again. What support and guidance is CUNY providing to students or alum who may have defaulted on student loans?
So there we were very happy with some of the forgiveness programs before. Many of our students benefited from, actually not just of our students, many even members of the CUNY staff, right, benefited from those loans. So, I mean, on our end, we've been making sure that people have the right information. I mean, as you know, in this landscape of forgiveness and things, there's been a lot of confusion. So we've been working with our students, letting them know the financial aid offices on the campuses, but we've also been, as an employer, talking to our staff members who might be in that situation so that they know exactly, that the clock started ticking again, and then what are some of the programs and alternatives they might have to be able to deal with that.
Thank you, Chancellor. I'm going to turn over to Chair Dinowitz.
Thank you. In the fiscal 2026 state adopted budget included $18.8 million for the New York Opportunity Promise Scholarship, which will cover the cost of tuition, fees, and books for community colleges students ages 25 to 55 pursuing select associate degrees in high demand fields. So you had mentioned this, or you referenced this earlier. Can you talk more about the specific outreach you're doing to ensure eligible New Yorkers are aware of this program?
Yes?
Yeah. Very timely as we organized a really big team meeting specifically for this, which involves marketing and communications and advisors. We've been working very closely with all of the provosts, preemptively identifying all of the programs so that all of the campuses are ready to kind of start marketing and advertising these programs. It's multifaceted because it's not just about marketing and promotion. It's about making sure we have the right infrastructure, ensuring that we're collecting the right data because there's a lot of reporting requirements for the state. The advisors, getting the academic advisors well-trained. But we are very excited to roll out the publicity for it. But it's the infrastructure part that we're really working on, and the campuses working on the promotion at the individual campus level for the programs.
You're promoting this at the campus level, but wouldn't some of the outreach be at the high school level?
Well, the challenge has been that until the budget was adopted, which was last week, right, you couldn't be out there promoting a program that you were not sure was going to be approved, right? So we've been building the infrastructure, assuming the funding was going to be there, right? And now that the funding is there, we can, sort of be leveraging all our assets, which include the links with the public schools.
And does that include the goals we have in the council, for example, and our shared goals of the fee waivers? Are those programs going to be aligned?
Well, so remember, for the students, that will begin in the fall, they already applied, right?
Yeah.
So this is people that are going to be part of the summer. We'll have to sort of see, this is in flux, right? So we just found out that The funding was there last week, right? So we'll be happy to come back to you and give you a better sense of that. We've been planning and getting ready, assuming that we're going to get promotions, there's going to be interest for it. All of the fine tweaks of the partnerships, I think, will be sort of worked out through the summer.
The program, the criteria is 25 and older for the opportunity programs. So probably less of a focus with the high schools because it's for the older students.
Thank you for that clarification. The fiscal 26 state-adopted budget does not include funding for mandatory cost increases for annual salary increments, OTPS, inflations, building, rentals, and energy. So what is the estimated cost that CUNY will have to bear due to these being unfunded? And of course, how will that impact student-focused programs?
Sure, so thank you for the question. On average, our mandatory needs unfunded cost university-wide could be up to $25 million.
25 million?
Could be up to $25 million. That's on average, some years more, some years less. But there have been general operating support appropriations that have been included in the state budget. Last year, there was $36 million for the senior colleges in general operating support. That continues this year, right? There's also the year prior was $17 million that's been allocated out to the colleges. That is also continued. And then, of course, the state this year covered the full bonus and retro for the PSC contract and the FY26 wage increases for the PSC contract. So we'll manage, the senior colleges will manage those unfunded costs within the budget because of those other appropriations. But clearly, over time, they start to add up. And so if the additional general operating support dries up from year to year and we just have that baseline of what was offered in the past, then you start to have a real problem. So we always watch it very closely, but we are appreciative to the governor, to the assembly, to the Senate for a budget that meets our labor needs.
Right, and just going back to that 15 million one-time funding, I think you would use the phrase, we hope colleges don't use it for personal services. Did I get that right?
Yeah, so whenever, sorry.
But I'm just asking, why is it hoping? What instructions can you give to make sure that we want to hire more faculty? We want to make sure that they are paid a decent living wage for educating our students, but also schools shouldn't be using one-time funding to do it. Is that a recommendation or is that a mandate from Central?
So if I said hope, scratch that from the record. Let's be more resolute. We constantly communicate with our colleges that one-time funds, we always throw up the caution flag, one-time funds should not be used for recurring PS expenses because we don't want to exacerbate the structural deficit. So that is a recommendation through regular communications with our campuses about the nature of the funding.
Okay, thank you. 6 months ago, Chancellor, you were here at our hearing regarding the Lippman Commission report, and you testified at that hearing that morning you had put out an RFP for a new reporting portal. And to refresh everyone's memory, this is the portal through which students and faculty can report instances of discrimination. It was one of the 13 recommendations of the Commission report. At the time, you had just put out the RFP. Can you please share with us the status of that contract?
So that has been moving along the process, and we have, can I say that we have identified a vendor? Yes, I just want to make sure that I don't mess up any procurement rules, right, that would have me here in trouble. So we have completed the procurement selection process. Now we are in the movement with the state controller, all the other steps that need to be taken for that contract to be finalized. So we are hopeful that we can begin implementing the system when in the fall semester.
And as part of the implementation, what investments are you making in training and retraining staff and students not just about the portal, but about making sure a campus is welcoming for all students?
So thank you for that question. So on the portal specifically, one of the things that we're really excited about, the company that we ended up selecting, is that they're very committed to assist us in the training phase as an entire system adjusts to a new way to not just input complaints, but also manage them and provide information and use them in systemic ways to be helpful to address policy issues. So that we have a commitment from that company to help us in that journey, and not just a one-shot training seminar, but as we do that implementation system-wide. So that's on the portal side. This year, every new Chief Diversity Officer, anybody in the campus that deals with investigations, receive Title VI training. All the personnel that is ongoing receive Title VI training beginning in the fall semester. Title VI training will be mandatory for all full-time faculty and staff, system-wide, so not just the individuals who are working in the investigation and complaint space, right? But faculty and everybody, support staff and everybody. So
I'm sorry to interrupt. I missed it. It is available or required for all staff to take?
It will be beginning in the fall. All full-time faculty and staff.
Available or required?
It'll be mandatory.
Mandatory. Thank you.
Yes. Right now, so that you know, we've been providing training to specific audiences, HR directors, public safety. So we've been working with some of the folks that have more direct connection with the discrimination cases. We've also have a training online version, which is available for folks. We also have a manual. So we've been working very hard on the training and the information and making sure that everybody understands the Title VI matters in a complete way. But then in the fall, the training will be mandatory.
In previous preliminary budget responses and across the country, we're seeing colleges hire a dedicated Title VI coordinator. What discussions have been had at CUNY to hire a person who is in charge dedicated to coordinating and managing all of the Title VI needs, including these trainings?
So some of those things will be handled by the new center that we created, right? One of the recommendations, going back to how you began your question with the Lippman report, was about centralizing a lot of this work so that there would be more consistency, so there can be better outreach and all those things. So some of that Title VI coordination will be done by the center. There'll be specific staff in the center assigned to each campus, right? And I know there's also legislation being proposed in Albany about making this mandatory, which we have supported. So we were sort of to figure out whether, in our case, to do something like that, it'll be the personnel that is in the central office who is responsible for the campus who will get a designation such as that one, or it'll be somebody who's physically on the campus. So that is something that we are determining as we build the center and we redo the way that that infrastructure is created.
And what is the cost of this, the creation of this center, and what is the cost of the contract, the reporting contract?
I can get you those numbers. I don't know them off the top of my head. On the you were talking about the portal, right?
The portal contract,
yeah.
And of course the center itself, the cost of developing the center, training, et cetera. Like how much are you allocating?
The center
in the
we
budget?
do know, and the portal too. Maybe.
The center is $4 million that we've budgeted.
Yeah.
Okay, but the.
Okay. We'll get you the number on the portal. I want to make sure that we get the right one.
Okay, thank you. And on this topic, lastly, of course, there was another protest at Brooklyn College where campus safety were involved, police were involved. Can you, one, just talk about the steps leading up to the decision to call campus police, the time between the start of the protest and that, and of course, as you had testified last year when there was a protest at City College, it was testified that cost $3 million in damage. Can you share if there were any costs associated with this recent protest, and if so, how much they were?
So let me begin by the last part of your question. I mean, to my knowledge, right, I haven't received any information from Brooklyn College about any cost or any destruction of property or things of that nature as a result of the protests last Thursday at Brooklyn. Again, we are, we are an educational institution, and we value people's freedom of expression, and that's part of our democratic system, and people being able to voice their opinions, and we want them to be done in a way that is consistent with the norms and procedures that we have set in every campus for that to be done. And even if it's done in a passionate way, that is done in a way that doesn't infringe on anybody else's right or creates a sense of discrimination and harassment. And those are our overarching values, right? In the case of the Brooklyn College situation, it was an event that was supposed to occur in another venue and was moved to the part of the quad at Brooklyn College. They were exercising their right to comment, right, on different things on the campus and 5 demands and other things. Tents went up, and we've made very clear to the campus community that that is a signal that maybe an encampment might be getting organized, and that we have no tolerance for that. We share that, the Brooklyn College staff share that with the individuals there. We actually tried to remove some of the tents with our public safety personnel. They were blocked and impeded by the folks who were there. And the college continue sort of what is standard procedure in terms of trying to de-escalate, right? The protest there. The protesters insisted in keeping tents and some of those things. And as the day progressed, we had some concerns about the overall safety if those individuals decided not to leave, right? Which was something that consistently we asked them to do with numerous warnings from the team at Brooklyn College. And so when we were concerned that it was getting late, and that potentially these individuals might want to stay longer, make an encampment, stay overnight. Some of the other things that we have learned from campuses across the country is that, when you have a situation like an encampment or people that want to stay overnight in campus property, you also have the chance of people then wanting to go into buildings and take over additional space and really create a much more complicated safety situation for everybody involved, a lot more disruptive, right, if they get into a building. And that's when the decision was made to call the NYPD and assist in the clearing of the protest.
And just to confirm, there were no additional costs. Have you authorized, in anticipation of perhaps any other protest, authorized additional funding to be spent on campus security?
Yes. I mean, we can give you a sense of those things. So that first, and it happened at Brooklyn College, we mobilized additional resources from the nearby campuses, CUNY safe campuses. We have given instruction to the campuses that they have the authority, they have some contracts that can bring in additional public safety staffing to assist them, right? If they feel they might have situations coming up that might be complicated. After the experience last year at CCNY, we invested in additional guards that we are deployed across the system that can then be redeployed in the case of an emergency. And the COO can give more details on that.
Sure. Thank you, Chancellor. So system-wide, we spent a little bit under $100 million in safety for the university. That translates into roughly about 875 permanent security personnel. And then through contracts, we have an additional 275, for a total of about 1,150. That represents about 14 contracts throughout the system. The presidents are always, instructed to use those contracts when they need to in order to, whether it is for security reasons or they have, an activity that's going on that they need, across the system. And obviously, we then provide additional personnel because the central office also has not only personnel, but also has a security contract. And we send out what we call these safe teams over to the campuses, depending on what the situation is. So we think that, obviously we feel that this is enough in order for us to be able to manage the system. As a university, we've had challenges recruiting permanent personnel. That's why last year we were very happy with the contract that we were able to negotiate on behalf of those public safety officers for teams in this contract. And we feel that through that and some other things that we've done, we're starting to see some traction. But, across the nation, this space has been a space that's been challenging to recruit people. But right now, we feel very confident that, we have the personnel that we need in order to continue to address those things. But in some cases, as the Chancellor alluded, the numbers are just outnumber what we could provide, and we have to do what we need to do to keep the system, the college safe.
Thank you. The Office of Disability Services, the Council's preliminary budget response includes a request for the administration to allocate $2.1 million to support CUNY's Office of Disability Services, this was not included in the executive budget. Please speak about how that's going to impact your ability to provide services for students with disabilities.
Well, so we're very proud of the work that we do in that space, servicing the students there. We make great strides through CUNY Accommodate. I know that you're familiar with that program from previous hearings and your own interest in the area. And the fact now that we have a system that is far more efficient and user-friendly for the students to be able to schedule support that they might need, and also means that we're going to have more demand for the individuals that provide the services that are being demanded there. So the request for funding that you have in the green sheet will go to be able to address precisely additions in personnel so that we can better meet the demand that is growing for those services. I don't know if you want to add anything, Alicia, on that.
Yes, I do want to add that the Association of Higher Education Disability, the ratio, staff-student ratio recommendation is 1 to 130, and at CUNY it's 1 to over 200. And so to the Chancellor's point about staffing needs, at some of the campuses, there are greater staff needs for the support. We also are in need of the skilled assistive technology specialists. There are half of the campuses do not have somebody there to help the students with disabilities with the technological support, both to the students and to the faculty, on how to change and use the technology. For example, some of the assignments, how do you transfer them so that they're accessible to students? And so we have hired 2 people at CUNY Central to help try and support some of the campuses, but the demand far exceeds the ability to provide it. And I would say that all the positions are arguably related to Local Law 18.
Tell me more about Local Law 18.
I knew, and I came prepared this time. And up for our upcoming meeting next week.
That's right.
To discuss this further. We have been in great conversations with the mayor's office about how do we provide that streamlined support of information from the high schools to CUNY to make sure we can proactively provide support for the students and connect them to the services necessary. So we're looking forward to the conversation next week.
Yes, of course, the ultimate goal being streamlining. Local Law 18 was my legislation that did streamline the transition of students with disabilities from high school to college by allowing the electronic transference of the IEP and assessment data. But CUNY needs to be able to receive that data and then act upon that data. So this $2.1 million would be critical in providing students with disabilities who don't always declare they have a disability, don't always know how to or know where to go, or even if they do, don't always have access to their assessment data or their IEP data. It would significantly expand the way we are supporting students with disabilities at CUNY.
Absolutely.
CUNY Cares. The cost of CUNY Cares for fiscal 26 is $1.6 million. CUNY states they currently have $1.28 million allocated for this program. How do you plan on funding the entire $1.6 million for CUNY Cares?
Well, I mean, if support from the council came, that'd be helpful in doing that. We didn't receive any funding in the state budget for that, so we will continue some of our efforts with philanthropic dollars to be able to meet the needs of that pilot. We've been fairly successful given some of the early results. So that's.
Can you talk more about the early results? Because we haven't received data about the impact of this program.
So we'll be happy to. I mean, I'm more familiar with, particularly, for example, something which I know is very dear to your heart is that we have data that in getting students recruited to Fair Fares program, right? And making sure that we maximize the people that qualify in that program, which has been a common interest of yours, that we have data that shows that the engagement of the student navigators means higher rates of students who are eligible are taking advantage of that. So we're seeing a lot more engagement of individuals in something like that, in additional requests for SNAP benefits, and I will be happy to share some of that preliminary data with you.
I have some information since the fall of 2023.
Thank you.
CUNY Cares has had almost 20,000 interactions with Bronx students, assisting them and to gain services for those benefits that the chancellor addressed. So 20,000 interactions since then.
Thank you. And if you could please share further data with the committee, that would be very important. CUNY Reconnect. It was created to focus on supporting adults returning to higher education to complete their degrees. In fiscal 25, CUNY Reconnect was funded at $5.9 million. In our preliminary budget response, we urged the administration to restore, enhance, and baseline CUNY Reconnect for $11.8 million in fiscal 2026. They didn't do that. How many students has CUNY Reconnect served to date?
We have 47,000 students.
And what is the limit to the number of students CUNY Reconnect can assist in any given year?
I mean, well, that's a tough number to quantify, right? Because the needs, and particularly with that population, that is individuals who are coming with some college degree and needing to complete, so the advising is a key element in doing that. I don't know if we have do we have projections for that? But
well, and another way to ask it is, what would additional funding allow you to do in CUNY Reconnect? How would that help our residents here in New York City?
It would allow us to continue the outreach to bring even more individuals to participate in the program. Remember, we also want to make sure that the folks that come are retained and they get to stay. A large majority of the students, which is typical of this population, are coming part-time, right? So you need to make sure that those students remain engaged, let's say for a longer period of time in the work that they do. They need additional support services. You know, Councilwoman Brewer was asking questions about daycare. Is something that we have learned with CUNY Reconnect, and that we have capacity in that has been very vital to the students there. So some of the services that would allow us to do more outreach and retain more students.
Thank you. Chair Brandon?
Okay, we have questions from Councilmember Brewer, followed by Salam.
Thank you very much. The building that is at 450 West 41st Street, I don't know what is the future for that building. I know some people talked about it for affordable housing. I know who owned it before, which university, and now I guess it's under your development possibilities. So what's going to happen to that building?
Are you referencing the MFA building? Is that what you're referencing?
450 West 41 Street.
I think that's the one, yes. Well, right now, Councilwoman, we have an RFP out and to determine what potential uses could be in that space. I think it is, as part of our financial challenges that we were facing the university, the board had made a decision to sort of look at our real estate and see how we could monetize some of those real estate to try to bring additional resources to the university. And so right now, there is an RFP out, and we're determined to see what the marketplace sort of.
Okay, is my opinion, I'm going to say this bluntly, is that it should either be for affordable housing, dorms, I don't know if it's big enough for Gutman. I understand you always want to monetize, I got it, but at the same time, we can't talk out of both sides of our mouth. We need affordable housing. We need dorms. So I would just suggest maybe you do a combination. But when you just say monetize, that says to me, screw the affordable housing, screw the dorms, and screw Gutman. So I just think you should be a little bit more understanding of what our real needs are. Are you looking at those?
Of course. I mean, as trying to be a good partner in the city of New York, we always look at all those things. I mean, my
So
responsibility.
does the RFP include the need for all of those things that I just
I
listed?
think the RFP allows for any of those needs to be available. And in conversation with the local council person,
They want affordable housing.
in conversations, we stated that if he has folks that are interested in the site, that we will be more than happy, and we've done that, to provide them with the information. So we're open to whatever it is the marketplace will bring.
All right. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Council.
Okay, questions from Councilmember Salam.
Thank you, and good morning. I want to touch back on the adult and returning learners. Harlem has a sizable population of adults who started but never finished college. With zero funding allocated to CUNY Reconnect or CUNY Flex, or for our part-time adult learners, in this plan, how does CUNY plan to re-engage Harlem's adult learners?
Thank you for the question. So our goal with funding for CUNY Reconnect, we have learned a lot on reconnecting with the adult population and what their needs are and how to connect that with them. And our proposal really is to expand that outreach, and we have partnering with local organizations and including disability service organizations. And there are adults who have some college credit that have disabilities, and reaching out in creative ways to other populations, because the onset of CUNY Reconnect was reconnecting with students who had stopped out of CUNY. But to your point, there are many adults in New York City who have some college credit, whether it be CUNY or not. And so now this next phase of CUNY Reconnect is reaching out to that student population, working with local organizations who may have staff who want to upskill, and how do we connect them and reach out and coordinate with them.
Yeah, because we definitely want to make sure that they get the opportunity to go back to school, especially as, constituents, my constituents in particular. About affordability and equity, many of my constituents are first-generation college students facing financial hardship. Why does the executive budget still exclude funding for the CUNY application fee, waiver, or the CUNY free community pilot? And how can we fix this in the final budget?
So thank you for your question. So the application fee waiver, to your point, is one way of eliminating barriers, which I think is the point that you're trying to make about this population. So thank you for your leadership and support in that arena. And we saw the momentum in what eliminating the fee waiver, even for 4 weeks, did in bringing more students to apply for the New York City public schools, right? So we want to build in that momentum to eliminate all barriers for the students that we serve. So we think that we can get to do that, so nobody has to debate whether $65 becomes something that keeps me from applying. So we're very committed to that. The council's support on that and the speaker's support would be huge in making that happen. And I can see how the eyes of students, lit bright with enthusiasm when they are told, you're worth it, you don't have to do that, we just want you at CUNY.
Well, thank you for your commitment. I just have one final question. Faculty and staffing. City College in Harlem has long been the beacon of opportunity, but it also faces high vacancy rates and faculty burnout. What is the plan to fill vacant pedagogical and non-pedagogical positions in Harlem-based campuses, and how will CUNY ensure faculty diversity?
Thank you for your question. So the funding for faculty in City College is something that it falls mostly within these resources that come from the state, and I know that City College has been increasing their enrollment, right? So they've been investing in new programs. They've been traditionally a very strong campus in STEM, right? Which means that not only do we want, to your point, very diverse faculty to make sure that they're teaching our students, but we also need to at times pay a premium because those faculty tend to be, in larger demand and therefore more costly. So, we are committed to that work, and we've been supporting the work of the campuses in advancing their diversity, something that's very much dear to President Boudreau's interest, and we continue to support them.
Actually, Chair, I just have one final quick question.
Sure, go ahead.
If possible. So, City College, which is also located in my district, is home to the High School of Math, Science, and Engineering, one of the best high schools in the city. I would like to know if CUNY is developing a pipeline system that will allow for City College to work with and prepare students in our district to be able to be accepted and enter the school.
Oh, so absolutely, and the STEM school is one of those beacons of great hope. One of the things that I'll add to your comment too, that as we're trying to do more work to get many more students connected to potential careers in STEM, in science, that math background is really, really important, right? You cannot take upper level courses in high school if you don't have that math background, right, to be able to get college credit. So we are very much building on that pipeline. There's additional money on the state budget to support early college funding, which will create sustainable paths to do that. But we're entirely supportive of that line of work, and you have a stellar program in the district doing great work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairs.
Thank you, Councilmember Salam. Lastly, on the CUNY School of Medicine, I had the pleasure of visiting this campus. You have a lot of gargoyles on the City College campus. It was a little unnerving. And if any of you are a 90s kid like me, you know the cartoon. I don't think any of you are. And
It's a great place to take trick-or-treating on Halloween.
If you want to traumatize your kids, I guess, sure. I don't. But one of their needs is their own building. It just became an independent school. It needs its own building and dorm. Can you please update the committee on the status of the CUNY School of Medicine acquiring a space, including a building and a dormitory?
Well, so thank you for your visit, and the School of Medicine is a great institution, and we want to be fully supportive. We've been working in their transition to an independent school. That's what we've been more focused lately. The team under CEO Batista and Vice Chancellor Atala has done a preliminary study about how about the space needs that might be for an independent school in a building for the school. So we're beginning to have that conversation, hoping that we can attract some philanthropic dollars, given the uniqueness and the results of the mission. So we are working on that arena. Right now, we are working with the current allocation of space at CCNY. And so we're very, very committed to them. We got, again, $4 million in the state budget, which is not enough, right? But we begin to continue to make headway in that direction. And many of the students there are part of take advantage of the dorm that City College has on campus. In some of this attempt to get additional dollars, we'll be looking at potential to help the med school with some of those issues.
But as of now, there's no location identified, anything like that?
No, there's no location. I mean, obviously, we would love to find a site that would be entirely close to CCNY to keep the chemistry going, but that's, that'll be our next set of asks coming down the pipeline to you.
Sure, although, and I'm not going to say this about Gutman because I don't want to get involved in any litigation, we do have room in the Bronx. Don't do that, Councilmember Brewer. You know, part of Manhattan's on the mainland, so maybe we can find some common ground. It's called Marble Hill. 41st Street. But just to clarify, there's no timeline for CUNY School of Medicine getting their own building.
The beginning is to do an assessment of their space needs, right, and then sort of put that on the pipeline of the work that we have. So that's what we're doing now.
I think I heard Councilmember Brewer just say the Bronx is fine. She's not protesting, so very good. Thank you. I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we've been joined also by Councilmember Brooks Powers, and I think with that, we're going to close it out. We appreciate your partnership and look forward to delivering a budget that delivers for CUNY.
Thank you for your support. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to take a short break, and then we're going to hear from the New York City Campaign Finance Board.
I'll let it fly, but it was just one.
Okay, we can ask her in the chat.
Yeah, just one singular sword.
So I have to probably leave when this is over and not be here for public. Adrian, are you gonna leave at 2 o'clock to go to the doctor?
No.
Doesn't pop up. What? It says key. Okay. Yeah, I don't think there's gonna be a lot. Yeah, no, I don't think there's gonna be a lot. Period. The whole thing. I see. Yeah. So just like the other time, if all the council members are here,
I just got the waters.
Either GovOps or I don't know. How many Really? That's shocking. Zero at least one for GovOps that showed up in person. I don't think these guys have ever. I'm very confused. Ladies and gentlemen, could we find our seats? We're about to begin.
Okay. Good afternoon. Welcome to the second part of our fourth day of FY26 executive budget hearings. We're now going to hear from the Campaign Finance Board. I am still Councilmember Justin Brannan, chairing the Committee on Finance, and I'm pleased to be joined by my good old friend, Councilmember Lincoln Ressler, who chairs the Committee on Governmental Operations. We've been joined by Councilmembers Williams, Brewer, departing Dinowitz, Councilmember Carr, Hanif, Brooks, Powers, and Moya. Welcome, Executive Director Paul Ryan and your team. Thank you for joining us today to answer our questions. As a reminder, this is a government proceeding and decorum shall be observed at all times. As such, members of the public shall remain silent at all times. We'll be taking public testimony after CFB testifies. So instead of holding one day at the end for all public testimony. So if you wish to speak on either CFB or CUNY, just make sure you fill out a witness slip with the Sergeant at Arms. On May 1st, 2025, the administration released the Executive Financial Plan for FY26 to 29 with a proposed FY26 budget of $115.1 billion. CFB's proposed FY26 budget of $109.5 million represents less than 1% of the administration's proposed FY26 budget in the executive plan. This is an increase of $98.1 million from the $13.4 million originally budgeted in the preliminary plan in January. This increase is a result of campaign match funding. As of March 2025, CFB has 39 vacancies relative to its FY25 budgeted headcount. My questions will largely focus on vacancies and oversight of public matching funds. I now want to turn it over to my co-chair for this hearing, Councilmember Ressler, to give his opening statement.
Thank you very much, Chair Brannan, and I just want to take a moment to say that we are very fortunate in this council to have your leadership of the Finance Committee. And we've also been joined by Councilmember Yusuf Salam. The Campaign Finance Board, as we all know, is an independent agency that provides campaign finance information to the public, enables more candidates to run for office by granting public matching funds, increases voter participation and awareness, and combats corruption in city elections. As an independent agency, the CFB sets its own budget, and the full proposed budget is included only in the executive plan, so this is our first and primary opportunity to discuss the needs of the agency. Today, we look forward to discussing the CFB's operations, staffing at the department, the new needs in the executive plan, CFB's work to increase voter engagement, as well as the board's efforts to enforce compliance with our campaign finance laws and ensure New Yorkers remain confident in the administration of public matching funds. The majority of CFB's budget in a competitive election year is public matching funds at $82.6 million in FY25. Matching funds are over 50% of the CFB's budget. NYC, New York City, has the biggest public matching funds program in the country, which creates a more equitable landscape and gives candidates from all backgrounds the chance to run for office. Indeed, our renowned matching fund system is a key contributor to this being the most diverse city council in our city's history. As the steward of these funds, CFB has an enormous responsibility in ensuring that they are not misused or abused. Existing regulations have reduced the influence of large, well-heeled donors, but it's clear that more rigorous accountability is needed to close loopholes and prevent candidates from misusing public funds. Unfortunately, in 2021, we saw a campaign receive $10 million in matching funds despite flagrantly ignoring the rules and exploiting every possible loophole. Now, as we approach, that's in reference to Mayor Adams, now, as we approach, in case it wasn't painfully obvious. Now, as we approach a competitive 2025 primary, we are again seeing troubling signs of campaigns, including the frontrunner for mayor, acting as if they are above the law. The Cuomo for Mayor campaign has reportedly benefited from at least 3 undisclosed bundlers who are lobbyists. And despite CFB rules that contributions solicited by lobbyists are ineligible for matching funds, the fundraising pages shared, including language about the CFB matching funds program. The campaign, and it will be noted that it's been reported that when the campaign engaged those lobbyists when the lobbyists engaged the campaign and were advised that their contributions that they raised were not eligible for matching funds, the campaign encouraged them to find somebody else to be listed as the intermediary. The campaign has also failed to report a single intermediary until it was questioned by the press, ignored multiple warnings by the CFB on its failure to properly solicit donations for matching funds, and even after being fined for illegally coordinating with the Fix the City PAC around an ad buy, it was revealed that the ad cost nearly double the original fine. This is about the CFB protecting its reputation and integrity by doing its job and holding the Cuomo campaign accountable, and any other campaign accountable that breaks the rules. It is imperative that we identify these issues before public funds are dispersed and not in an audit or investigation 2 years after the fact. We cannot put the genie back in the bottle after Election Day. With great public investment comes a serious and urgent obligation to ensure that funds are not used improperly. I have great respect for the CFB team, from Mr. Ryan to all the employees who work diligently to administer our complex campaign finance system. And part of our responsibility at the Governmental Operations Committee is advocating for the CFB to have the necessary resources to operate effectively. I look forward to discussing today how we can work together to ensure the CFB remains a national model moving forward. I'd just like to thank the committee staff that worked on this, especially Julia Haramis, the Senior Legislative Counsel, who does a phenomenal job, our committee counsel, Jay Srikanapathy, and Legislative Policy Analyst, Erica Cohen, and I'd really like to thank my team, who is superb, Neve Mooney, our Communications Director, and Molly Haley, our Chief of Staff. With that, I'll turn it over to committee counsel to swear in Mr. Ryan.
Thank you, Chair. I want to also thank the Council Finance Division staff for their efforts preparing for these hearings. Kudos again to Julia Haramis for today's hearing. And now I'm going to turn it over to Brian Sarfo, Committee Counsel, to swear us in and get us going.
Good afternoon. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee and to respond honestly to council member questions? Executive Director Ryan?
I do.
And Deputy Melillo?
I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Brannan, Chair Ressler, and members of the Committees on Finance and Governmental Operations, State and Federal Legislation. My name is Paul Seamus Ryan. I am Executive Director of the New York City Campaign Finance Board. I'm joined today by Amanda Melillo, First Deputy Executive Director. Thank you for the opportunity to testify regarding the executive budget for fiscal year 2026, which I am proud to share as the first budget developed under my leadership. We look forward to answering any questions you may have. Fiscal year 2025 represented the biggest year in the four-year election cycle as it covers the November 2024 presidential election and the June 2025 citywide primary. Presidential elections are consistently the highest turnout elections in New York City, with around 60% of the electorate participating, which increases voter demand for our services. In the agency's 7-year strategic plan, adopted early in FY25 as one of my first priorities as executive director, we articulated a strategy to leverage high interest in the presidential year to spread awareness about NYC Votes, the Campaign Finance Board's voter education and engagement initiative, and build our audience so we can engage and encourage New Yorkers to participate in citywide elections. In FY25, the CFB delivered on its mission to inform New Yorkers and engage them in elections during a high-intensity, high-visibility election year. Years ago, we collaborated closely with the City Council on passage of Local Law 30 of 2017, a pivotal piece of legislation that significantly expanded and formalized our language access practice. FY25 saw the publishing of the agency's first language access implementation plan and the translation of key resources into 13 languages other than English. We set a new standard for accessibility at public events, developing internal expertise and securing vendor support to provide American Sign Language, live captioning, in-language interpretation, and more. We further enhanced our groundbreaking youth leadership programming with an outstanding cohort of 16 youth ambassadors in 2024. The partnerships team held more than 400 events in our priority neighborhoods throughout 2024. We also scaled our outreach, sending millions of texts, kept in touch with thousands of New Yorkers regularly by email, and for the first time, we supplemented our on-the-ground outreach work with a paid canvassing operation. This outreach resulted in collecting and mailing more than 7,000 pledge cards to voters we spoke to in person, and another 15,000 pledges we collected online for the 2024 general election alone. Looking ahead, the CFB's FY26 executive budget of $109,460,239 reflects a total decrease of $44,953,597 compared to the FY25 current modified budget of $154,413,836. The bulk of the budget decrease comprises a decrease of $60,400,000 in the election funding unit of appropriation, which totals $22,200,000 in FY26, compared to $82,600,000 in FY25. This encompasses the cost of public funds for the general election to be held on November 4th, 2025, and the potential for a special election in FY26. There is no primary election for covered offices scheduled to be held in FY26. The primary election held on June 24th, 2025, falls in FY25. The breakdown in each unit of appropriation is as follows: $59,863,829 for other than personal services, and $27,396,410 for personal services. FY26 will continue to be shaped by our 7-year strategic plan that will target improvements across the agency to meet ambitious North Star goals for 2030, including faster audit completion, higher satisfaction among candidates and voters, increased civic participation, and stronger staff engagement. The CFB remains committed to filling its charter-mandated responsibilities with transparency, efficiency, and equity. During FY26, the implementation of the CFB's new 7-year strategic plan, which takes the agency through the 2029 citywide election cycle, will continue in earnest and translate the strategic plan goals into programmatic changes. As I have previously testified before the Council, we have an agency North Star goal of completing 90% of audits within 1 year of the 2029 election for candidates who do not request and receive extensions with minimal increased risk. In the short term, we've committed to a benchmark of completing 50% of audits within 1 year of the 2025 elections, and are committed to starting post-election audits immediately after the June primary for candidates who are not in the general election. We are also engaging an outside consultant to help us develop a roadmap for improving the candidate experience and optimizing the audit process. This effort will support a more efficient and streamlined matching funds program. In FY26, the CFB will continue updating our legacy process and technology systems. This multi-pronged approach begins with process mapping, leading to process improvements, and then the implementation of supportive technology. We are also addressing a high vacancy rate within our tech team. While we work to fill these roles and bring more technical capacity in-house, we continue to rely on vendors to ensure continuity and progress on critical projects. Through FY26, the Campaign Finance Board is committed to providing comprehensive voter-facing education on the Matching Funds program to highlight its benefits, including first-time public funds education mailers that began arriving in New Yorkers' mailboxes last week. Some highlights of our plans include the voter guide, printed and digital educational materials, and a targeted multimedia advertising campaign. The voter guide is mailed to all registered voters and published online for the general election. This information will be communicated not only in English, but also in 13 additional mandated citywide languages. We will also have a video voter guide with ASL interpretation and closed captioning available on our website. Beyond the Matching Funds Awareness Campaign, we built campaigns around ranked choice voting and education pursuant to Local Law 21, which was passed by the City Council in 2021 and runs through 2025. We're also supporting the visibility of our debate program throughout the year with marketing and advertising. Our increase in personal services represents a headcount increase of 45 new positions, representing a 21% increase from our current headcount of 213 positions. The 45 additional positions will support work related to our technology contract portfolio, strategic plan implementation, and to support general operations. As our budget has grown to accommodate expanded mandates, particularly around language access and other legal requirements, we recognize the need to scale our internal infrastructure accordingly. We have built new programmatic teams. We have not scaled our staffing levels in operations and finance in tandem. Adding staffing in these areas will provide the necessary support to carry out our mandates and contract with outside vendors who are partners in this work. To support timely production schedules and ensure compliance with legal mandates, we have begun strengthening our people operations functions to better manage hiring, recruitment, and onboarding. We have also prioritized laying the groundwork for more specialized roles and a more robust administrative foundation to support the agency's expanding structure. As always, our work is guided by a deep commitment to empowering New Yorkers to make a greater impact on their elections and strengthening our local democracy. We are grateful for the support of the Council in advancing these goals. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify. My colleague, Ms. Melillo, and I are happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. We've also been joined by Councilmember Palladino. And Deputy Speaker Ayala. The executive plan includes $91.9 million in additional city funding, along with 171 positions in FY26, only for the Campaign Finance Board. We know this is the typical annual adjustment made each year in the executive plan based on CFB's projections for the following fiscal year. Could you provide us with a breakdown of this funding? How much is budgeted for staffing and operational expenses?
Yes, absolutely. So our FY26 budget request is for our personal services and staffing is for $27,396,410. That request is for 258 budgeted positions and headcount. Our OTPS request for everything other than personal services is $59,863,829. And finally, our election fund, and that covers our public matching funds, budget request is $22,200,000.
Okay, and so how much is budgeted for public matching fund for campaigns next fiscal year?
So this covers the November general election. We have budgeted $22,200,000.
And how do you determine that amount?
That is a great question.
Thank the staff.
So we always, we come up with a projection far in advance of when elections are happening. Generally what we do is we look at data from past elections. We will look at every single seat, whether they are considered open seats, meaning we have no incumbent running for re-election, or if we do have an incumbent running for re-election. And then we will look at the averages of how many candidates tend to run for those seats, whether or not an incumbent is running. Those draw fewer competitors in those contests. In addition, we look at the average amount of public funds and come up with a projection for each election. What I will tell you, the challenge of coming up with that projection is each election cycle has been very different, and there have been a lot of changes in the intervening years. So for example, we came up with a projection for the 2021 citywide election, and what we couldn't factor in at the time was ranked choice voting, which does draw a lot more candidates in every single race. So when we were looking at, first of all, the entire 2025 citywide election, we came in with a number of assumptions, and I think it's fair to say that those assumptions were upended as the election cycle proceeded. So generally, we would look at, especially citywide races that tend to drive costs, and in a typical election, you would see when you have incumbents running for re-election, that they will draw fewer competitors and that we will end up paying out fewer matching funds in those races. I think that we changed our projection mid-year, and this was due to the fact that the top of the ticket was drawing far more in competition than we would have anticipated, absent some of the circumstances that were happening this election year. And because the top of the ticket was drawing so much more competition, we also saw a lot of movement in down-ballot races as well. So because the mayoral contest was more competitive and people were thinking of leaving the seats that they had to run for higher office, we saw that happening all the way down the ballot to comptroller race, to city council races, and we had amended our projection for the June primary. So I'm happy to get you more detailed stats after this hearing. I do not have them at this time, but that's generally how we would project our public funds.
And what types of operational expenditures are included in the funding added? Were there any new positions or new expenditures added for FY26?
Yes, would you like to talk about headcount or other than headcount?
I guess start with headcount.
Okay.
What's your total headcount right now?
So we are budgeted at 213 for headcount.
215?
213.
And what are you at, 171?
I believe we're 175 as of today.
Okay.
It shifts from week to week, depending on our new hires.
Okay.
So I'll talk about the positions that we've requested adding. First of all, I'll talk about a division that I started as part of my new role that I took on in September. I am forming a strategy, products, and innovation division to drive our strategic plan and innovation across the agency. So I will claim credit for having the biggest staffing request because I'm starting from building that division from the ground up. I requested 15 positions to build 2 new teams. One is a new product strategy team. When Paul first took on his role as executive director, this was one thing that he identified right away that I think has been a major gap in our agency's innovation in the past, where I think that we wanted to fill in these gaps and have a team that was really focused on strategy for technological innovation. What do we build when? And why do we build it? And who are the constituents that we are best serving? So what this team will be doing is really creating and leading this product roadmap that is going to take us through the 4-year election cycle and beyond. As is the case with many government agencies, we have a lot of legacy technology that we have to rapidly overhaul, and technology is changing every day. So this product team is really going to focus not only on modernizing us to where we need to be today, but also where we need to be for the 2029 election cycle and beyond. So
Where do you think where are the holes? I mean, where are we behind?
in terms of our technology,
Yeah.
I would say it's a mix right now. I think for a long time, the agency pursued a strategy of building a lot of our technology in-house. So it's heavily customized code, and that's just not the direction that a lot of the technology field is moving towards. So one of the major shifts that we've made in the past couple of years is to really start to work with, one, taking off-the-shelf products and customizing them rather than building from scratch. That enables us to customize for our needs, but actually sort of like get to market faster, to adopt that terminology for a moment. I'm going to use an example of something that we deployed recently, which is Salesforce, which we have started using for all of our external communications. In years past, our team might have looked at replicating that in-house, and that's just not how any agency does business anymore. So one of the things that we have done is started exploring off-the-shelf solutions, particularly with low-code, no-code applications. I think a really good example, we're on the cusp of launching a new application for cutting public funds payments. Right now, we are making those payments out of our legacy system, which is known as KIFIS. This application that we're using now requires a lot less coding in the back end and a lot less customization, and it's just much easier to build applications faster. So these are the sorts of things we're looking for, and particularly what is our strategy for when we engage with outside consultants who have in-house expertise and can build technology faster, versus what do we use our in-house team for in terms of maintenance and continued enhancements. So that is one thing I'd say. Another major change that we have made within the past year, actually, is that we have moved our data set. We have a very complex data set, as I'm sure anyone who's ever had to file a disclosure statement can attest to. Our in-house database for as long as I've been at the agency, which is over 10 years now, has been housed on premises, literally in a server room in our agency. This is also not how people do business anymore. So one of the things that we did was took our data set and moved it to the cloud so that our data is now in a data lake in Azure, and that will enable us to build applications on top faster. So this is the back-end work and some of the strategy work that has already taken place so that we can start to build things for candidates, for campaigns, for modernizing our audit process on the back end that will just, I think, be an end-to-end improvement in how we do customer service. So that's really where we're looking to invest in the upcoming year.
So I have a question, I guess, that sort of dovetails with the migrating to the cloud, which is great. CFB doesn't have a capital budget, but some of the operational costs CFB has incurred in the past and is budgeting for in the coming year are capitally eligible. So have you considered ways you can access capital? I'm assuming you were able to move to the cloud because you used expense funding instead of, because isn't the city is very reluctant to spend capital money on the cloud.
I can't speak to what the city spends capital funds on and does not, because to be honest with you, this question only came up very recently in conversations with the Council Finance Division. What I can say is that the agency traditionally has spent what might be considered capital funding out of its operating expenses, which we are able to do because of our budgetary independence and our partnership with the council on that. I do know that capital funding would require approvals from OMB and working through other agencies, and I can just say, as someone that we do work off of citywide requirements contracts that are held by other agencies. We used to run our advertising campaigns through the Department of Health and Mental Hygiene. Generally, when we can procure our services directly, that enables us to do the work much faster than when we have to work through another.
And have you had conversations with OMB regarding capital funding?
Interestingly, as far as I know, this has not come up with OMB. They have just always had us, we have always worked to fund these things out of our operating budget.
Okay. Just have a few more. When comparing the funding added in the executive plan for FY26, there's some differences when compared to the budget for FY25 that we just wanted to get some more clarity on.
Sure.
In FY26, CFB budgeted $22.2 million for public matching funds, dropping 73.1% from 82.6 in FY25. Could you tell us why is the budget for FY26 so much lower than the FY25 budget?
Absolutely, great question. So the election year itself and the calendar year is split between 2 fiscal years. So the June primary is covered in FY 2025, and the November general election is covered in FY 2026. Historically, we have spent far more in funds during the June primary, where we have a lot more competition across races and where the party primaries draw a lot more candidates in each race. So we have traditionally paid out far more in public funds in June than we do in November in the primary as opposed to the general. Anything that is unused for the June primary this year would be rolled over to cover the general election.
And there's CFB has $10 million in the budget code for strategy, product, and innovation. Is that the group you just mentioned?
Yes, that is my new division.
Okay. Okay, we've been joined by Councilmember Stevens, and I'm going to kick it to Chair Ressler. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Brannon. Just as the chair noted, there's a significant increase in the proposed headcount for the CFB for the upcoming fiscal year, adding 45 positions and going from a budget headcount of 213 up to 258. Could you provide a breakdown of where those positions will be within the agency?
Certainly. So in terms of the new positions that are requested, I think I just mentioned a minute ago, 15 of those are in strategy, products, and innovation. So that's the new division that I am currently starting up. 10 positions are added to our public affairs division. That's where our voter education and engagement initiative, NYC Votes, is housed. So there we're looking to add staffing for language access and to our partnerships and outreach team to expand our community engagement and partnerships that we're doing out in neighborhoods around New York City. And we are also looking to add staff to our content team, so they are creating everything from what you might see on social media to the emails that voters are receiving to the products that we are distributing out in neighborhoods like one-pagers and palm cards and things like that.
So 15 in the strategy and product division, the new division you mentioned, 10 in the public affairs division.
And then 8 requests for in our technology division. I'll just make a note that since this budget was submitted, our chief technology officer departed the agency in March, and we actually folded technology into strategy, products, and innovation. So right now I am taking a look at this part of the budget. and how we can allocate our headcount to best achieve our strategy and what we think we need to do in terms of building new products.
Okay.
I'll just very quickly, in addition to that, we added 6 in operations and finance, as Executive Director Ryan mentioned in his testimony. That is to expand our infrastructure and really to support contracting and budget that have expanded as our agency has taken on new mandates over the years. And then finally, we are adding 4 to our people operations team to support recruitment, onboarding, learning and development for all of these positions.
Okay. So as you can imagine, you have a group of people who have been through the campaign finance system and the auditing process, and I think have been pleased that Executive Director Ryan has made improving and streamlining the audit process a priority since joining the CFB. But are any of those 45 staff going to support audit operations and to streamline those efforts further?
So I'll say that many of those staff are supporting audit operations. I would hope that the entire strategy, products, and innovation division and tech team are meant to support audit operations.
Okay.
One of the things we took a look at this year was really our headcount. What we've tried in the past is adding more auditors. And I think a lot of times we have found this, and we have also read about how this is true in other government agencies with processes like ours. Adding more staff does not necessarily speed a process. Sometimes you just have to look at the process. So that is really what I have been partnering with our audit division in doing, is looking at our process, looking at what are the improvements that we can make at the same time that we are looking to build new tools to help to streamline these things on the back end to help our staff who are here.
Okay. I appreciate the goal of completing 90% of the audits within a year of the primary election that we're about to hold. Could you just share an update with us on the status of audits from the 21 and 23 cycles?
Yeah, I'm happy to do so. I'll also make one more note about staffing on that team, which is that our active headcount right now is 52. We're heading to a 2026 headcount of 61, so we will be adding 9 new staff to the audit team in the coming months. So we have some vacancies presently.
Right. The budgeted headcount increased from 60 to 61, is that right?
Correct. So we go from active of 52 presently to budgeted headcount of 20 for 2025 of 60. We're adding 1 to 61, right. But those will be 9 new hires in the coming months, 6 months to a year. In terms of the current status, we have sent out 27 final audit reports in the last 30 days. That's the good news. We are working through the backlog from 2021 and 2023. Right now, we have distributed draft audit reports almost 100%. We're at, I think, 97% of draft audit reports, which, as you know from conversations I've had with you in prior hearings, most of the audit work actually takes place in the lead up to the production of the draft audit report. The stages that happen after the draft audit report, a draft audit report response that comes from the campaign is analyzed by our auditors and then referred to legal, and they take things over the finish line in collaboration with our auditors by disposing of the audit in a variety of different ways, including payment or repayment notices, closeout letters, issuance of final audit reports, or enforcement notices, issuance of enforcement notices. Right now for 2021, we have completed 43% of our audits, 186 out of 431 campaigns. But again, we're between 97+% have gotten their draft audit reports, so we're taking the rest over the finish line, but 43% have crossed the finish line. For 2023, we have issued draft audit reports in 56 out of 99 campaigns, and we have completed 20 audits so far from 2023.
Okay. So if I have my numbers right, we've got a 57% or nearly 250 audits from 2021 that are not yet completed, and about 80% of the 2023 audits are not yet completed.
Correct.
And any timeline you can share for when you expect to complete the preponderance of those audits?
Right now, they are, most of these matters from 2021 and a handful from 2023 are with our legal team. That's another area where, in my first year on the job, I've identified, along with our general counsel, it was a interim position, a temporary position. When I onboarded with the agency, we now have a permanent general counsel, Joseph Gallagher, who has begun adding staff to his team. He's added 3 lawyers within the past year, has a vacancy that he will be filling in the coming months to expand capacity specifically to work through what is a sizable enforcement backlog. We've changed some policies in order to speed things up, both for, I'll also say that we are principally looking at system improvements for 2025 and into the future, while we are inevitably and necessarily working through this backlog. But we are splitting resources right now between the 2025 election, which is underway, and as you know, as a candidate running in the public financing program, our audit team, they're the ones that process every disclosure report, send the statement review, process the statement review response, and then determine public funds eligibility for the next payment date, which immediately coming up is May 30th. So this is, it's tough to get through. It's tough to make progress. You're looking for windows among auditors and the legal team between the active engagement with the 2025 election work to administer the public financing program. So I don't have a date certain, but I will tell you we have plans, concrete plans that are presently being implemented to speed these things up. One of the reasons, for example, for these backlogs that we've discussed in the past are that going back to 2021, the agency began granting extension requests very liberally to candidates, and candidates routinely asked for both many extensions and long extensions. They were granted upon request. We've changed that policy. In October of last year, we've implemented a new policy of strict limits on extensions for candidates at every stage of the audit and enforcement process.
Can I ask a question on that in particular? The Eric Adams campaign from 2021, just trying to understand the status of that audit. My understanding was that the CFB, that you'd previously noted that the Adams campaign was not being granted any additional extensions, but last week the board granted the campaign yet another 2-week extension in response to the request for additional records. What happened there? Is that the last extension that the Adams campaign is going to be granted? Are we ever going to, does the board require any evidence of good faith efforts to comply before granting an extension like this? They've received so many extensions, and we've been eagerly trying to get to the bottom of what's going on.
So I want to make 2 things clear. One is that this new policy with strict limits on extensions applies for candidates running in 2025 and into the future.
Okay.
In large part because we thought it unfair to change the rules of the game for candidates midstream to treat some candidates differently than others. The other thing I want to make clear is I'm not at liberty to discuss any specific candidates with ongoing audits or investigations or enforcement matters before the board.
Right. It's just when we're looking at an issue 4 years later and trying and potentially instilling accountability to seek the campaign to reimburse the city for millions of dollars of inappropriately spent taxpayer dollars, it just feels totally unrealistic because they don't have millions of dollars to spend to pay back the city, and it just underscores the need for rigorous enforcement in real time in the election cycle, which is where I want to shift a few of my questions. And I'll just do a couple topics now and then shift it to colleagues and come back for more if time allows. Just want to start with intermediaries. Earlier this cycle, the CFB implemented a new policy requiring a response to suspected intermediary reports and withholding of matching funds if donations are suspected to be linked to an intermediary that goes unreported. How many campaigns have had suspected intermediaries flagged so far, and how many have actually responded to your request for more information?
I don't have the number of campaigns that have had suspected intermediaries flagged. I do have the number of matching funds claims that have been denied as a result of failure to respond to our suspected intermediary reports. Since this policy change, there have been 587 invalid matching claims codes attached to specific contributions that were claimed for match. So that represents about 3% of all invalid matching claims so far in the 2025 election cycle. So it's a pretty small percentage, but we are tracking the implementation of the new policy, and it is having an impact. We're seeing a significant number of matching funds claims denied as a result of failure to respond to our requests for information about suspected intermediaries.
That's good to hear. My understanding is the CFB is only withholding funds if there's no response after statement review of disclosure report 8, which was due in April. Is that right?
The policy will remain in effect. We will not be matching claims for which they don't respond to a suspected intermediary. The timing is going to change a little bit with the 4-day turnarounds that are coming up for the next 2 payment dates. The end result
I guess the question
will
is,
be
why not go back earlier? Why start in April?
Oh, it went.
It does go back.
It was a look back to the beginning
Okay.
of the election cycle, yeah.
Good.
Because the
All right, I
statement reviews
misunderstood.
carry over from one to the other. Anything that's unresolved in a statement review and one disclosure filing stays on that statement review for future disclosure filings.
And does the CFB have access to the records that are needed to adequately assess suspected intermediaries? For example, a campaign has a hyperlink that they give to a lobbyist to send around requests for donations. Do you know what contributions are linked to that hyperlink, or is it just what the campaign tells you?
We have access to the back end of our fundraising platform, which candidates, some choose to use, some do not. Others use other platforms like ActBlue, for example, which we don't have access to that information unless we request it from the campaigns themselves.
But if candidate X uses NYC Votes, uses your platform, creates a hyperlink for somebody on that platform, then you can see the donations that are associated with that, with those contributions?
Correct.
Okay. And suspected intermediary reports, is there an intention to make them public?
They are an attachment to a statement review, and statement reviews themselves are available via FOIL requests.
Okay.
I'll say this also, which is on point. I am aiming our agency to a future state of essentially no need to file a FOIL request. Anything that is FOILable gets posted on our website. Not quite instantly, because redaction is typically needed, but within a matter of days or weeks of us receiving the document, it goes up on our website, eliminating the need, obviating the need for FOIL requests themselves. So that's the direction we're heading with our FOIL practice.
That is helpful and sounds like a very positive development. If a campaign is aware of an intermediary, the requirement is that it be reported at the time of the filing that includes the bundled donations, correct?
Yes.
So, I get that all campaigns occasionally misreporting things and have to file amended disclosures. But if a campaign fails to report any intermediaries, that raises red flags for the CFB if there's a substantial amount of donations?
Well, it certainly could trigger a suspected intermediary report, and it'll be noted in the statement review the contribution won't be matched. There are consequences for it, but it is quite routine for most candidates to not get their disclosure reports 100% right. We review them closely, and we send the statement review asking for more information, clarification, correction of what we consider to be errors or at least open questions in those disclosure reports. It's true of intermediaries, but pretty much every other aspect of disclosure and reporting to our agency.
And are there penalties for chronically failing to report until questioned, or does that suggest to you that a campaign is just hoping to not get caught?
I'm not going to speculate on what campaigns are hoping for, but we audit everything very closely. It's one of the reasons it takes so long. We audit so thoroughly. The upside is
I am
we
attacking
catch
you
just
from both
about
sides of this
everything.
today.
Yeah,
That's fair.
We catch just about everything. Takes us a little while longer than we'd like to get to that end result. And for any violations, any failure to report to us required information, there are penalties.
Okay. And noted that you have access to the backend information on NYC Votes, but don't have access to an ActBlue, for example. Should the Campaign Finance Board have access to contributions through kind of ActBlue hyperlinks to understand how donations are bundled? Would you request access to the platform? for a campaign to share that information if there are suspected intermediaries that are not reporting the contributions accurately?
One priority for us is to strengthen the Campaign Finance Act provisions around intermediary reporting. You know, my team and I, we've had conversations with you. We've really enjoyed collaborating with you on envisioning what the next generation of intermediary reporting is. One of the things that has appeared, at least in draft legislation, is to make clear to the regulated community that the use of a personalized hyperlink created by a campaign makes one an intermediary, that is a form of solicitation known to the campaign, automatically triggering the disclosure requirement. So we'd love to continue working with you both on legislation that would do that, but also to eliminate some of the exemptions to the definition of intermediary that really have resulted in some loopholes. We can get access. We have subpoena power. To answer your question more directly, can we require sharing with us information by ActBlue? One way or the other, I think we can get to that information. We can request virtually anything we want and need from campaigns themselves as a criteria, including as a criteria to be eligible for public funds. We also have subpoena power to go to outside vendors, but I think our preference would be to just create a more robust, more effective intermediary disclosure regime, and some changes in the Campaign Finance Act are necessary to accomplish that.
We certainly are doing our best to push that through and appreciate your partnership on it. Contributions bundled by individuals who are lobbyists or appear on the doing business data list, as we all know, are not matched. Are campaigns obligated to inform donors that those donations will not be matched when there's a solicitation by a lobbyist or somebody on the doing business data list who has significant business interest before the city? Is there a penalty for failing to do so?
I don't know off the top of my head if there's an affirmative requirement to notify potential donors if the fact that the intermediary is involved makes that contribution not matchable. I would certainly be happy to look into that question, confer with my legal team, and get back to you on it.
Want to ask a couple questions about the decision this week to withhold $662,000 in matching funds from the Cuomo campaign because the CFB, quote, had reason to believe that the Fix the City super PAC had improperly used information shared by the Cuomo for Mayor campaign. Earlier this week, it was reported that the Fix the City PAC actually spent $1.3 million on that ad, not the previously reported $662,000. Any update that can be shared on if the CFB is seeking to recoup additional funds from the Cuomo campaign?
I am not at liberty to discuss any investigations or enforcement matters that are currently underway, so I can't comment on that.
Could I ask more broadly, if an independent expenditure turns out to be larger than had been previously understood by the CFB, and the CFB later finds out there was an illegal or inappropriate collaboration between the campaign and the super PAC, what is the process for recouping those funds? Is there a process that occurs before the election that we could anticipate, or how do you communicate with voters that campaigns have violated rules?
And your reference to recouping funds, are you referring to public funds dispersed to campaigns?
Yes.
Recouping public funds requires a finding of breach of certification by the board.
Okay.
And that is typically something historically that has come in the context of an enforcement action after the election. That's the process by which a campaign that has received public funds and the board later determines that that campaign itself had violated the law to such a significant degree, there are specific grounds for breach of certification spelled out in our rules and in the law, that through an enforcement action, the board would hold both the candidate and the candidate could be personally liable for repayment of those funds jointly with their campaign committee.
Copy. The charter is really clear in stating that expenditures that are independent only when a candidate or a committee has, quote, not authorized, requested, suggested, fostered, or cooperated in any such activity, right? A candidate's staff or agents cannot be involved in the planning of any outside advertisements. These are incredibly broad prohibitions, as they should be. But how is the CFB able to enforce this?
The CFB has a rule that lays out 13 factors that the board can consider in determining whether or not a specific expenditure is or is not independent from the campaign that it's associated with or supporting or the opponent of.
Are you able to access or request phone information, text, email information between relevant parties in real time to be able to get to the bottom of whether coordination is happening, considering such an exceptionally broad prohibition in our city charter?
Not limited to coordination, but generally speaking, the Campaign Finance Board has very broad subpoena powers to get at information to conduct investigations.
Have those subpoena powers been used this election cycle?
I'm not at liberty to discuss ongoing investigations and enforcement, so I'm not going to respond to that.
Tried to do it broadly to see if there was a way to sneak in there, but I understand. Are you concerned that donors with significant business interests before the city, like DoorDash, are making giant donations to super PACs in a clear attempt to influence city policies? $1 million contribution from a corporation with significant business interests before the city feels entirely contradictory to the spirit of our campaign finance laws. I recognize there are limitations that the Supreme Court has placed, and you know them much better than me, but what more should we be doing to ensure that our public funds aren't going to candidates who are kind of relying on independent expenditures as a backdoor around our campaign finance system? Should there be any ramifications for candidates who are in our campaign finance system accessing public funds who are at the same time taking these enormous contributions through super PACs from entities that do business with the city?
As you know, I've spent 25 years in the advocacy world of campaign finance and election law as a watchdog. I had many opinions and many policy suggestions. In my present role, my number one job is to enforce the laws on the books, and I work very closely both with my intergovernmental relations team, with my legal team, and with our board to come up with policy proposals. We vet them carefully, and we are happy to work with you and other members of the council to come up with policy reforms or solutions, way to address the problems that you've just identified that are concerning you. I'm not at liberty today to voice my own personal opinions about where policy development should go, but I am happy to do so in my professional capacity in partnership with my team and my board and you and other council members.
Well, we look forward to continuing that conversation very much. I'm alarmed by, how things have been going this election cycle. I'll just do one more topic. Could you help clarify for me CFB rules regarding payment to staff members who work on a campaign? Under what circumstances can a campaign staff be unpaid?
It's a great question, and as a general matter, people are not only permitted to volunteer for campaigns, but in my personal view, that is a good thing for democracy, people volunteering for campaigns. Volunteers are not making in-kind contributions through their volunteer efforts. So long as an individual is uncompensated, period, working for a campaign for free, they are exempt from the definition of contribution under both the Act and under board rules. However, the important thing to emphasize here is that they are uncompensated. If an individual is compensated by someone other than the campaign or an entity other than the campaign to perform campaign work, they're not a volunteer. They're being paid by someone, and that someone who is paying them is making an in-kind contribution to the campaign. So those are, that's how this sort of plays out. That's how both the existing provision of the Campaign Finance Act and the board's rules apply to that type of conduct. Volunteers have to be unpaid. That's the definition of volunteer.
So just to make sure I'm following you plainly, a volunteer has a full-time job that they're paid for, but for the time that they should be at that full-time job, they're working those same hours on the campaign and volunteering their time. That is inherently an in-kind contribution from the entity that is allowing those staff members to work on the campaign?
It's a fact-dependent analysis, so I will certainly allow your interpretation of the law and your application of that law to the hypothetical, or maybe not hypothetical facts in your mind. But the reality is that if someone is paying a person to do work for a campaign, that person is making an in-kind contribution to the campaign. The fact-dependent analysis depends on, like, does the employer require timesheets? Is the person filling out those timesheets? What is the employer doing?
Sure.
I fill out a timesheet. If I were working for a campaign when I'm supposed to be working for the taxpayers of the city of New York, I would be violating the law.
Would unpaid staff members who are registered lobbyists raise alarm bells for the CFB?
Alarm bells, no. I wouldn't say that. I mean, again, our job is to apply the laws that exist today to the facts that are known to us. And when members of the public suspect that something fishy is going on with the campaign, suspect that something potentially illegal is going on with the campaign, the appropriate course of action is to file a complaint with us, which gives us the opportunity to look into it, to investigate.
And if the individual worked on a campaign in a previous cycle and is now choosing to volunteer their time, would that raise alarm bells for the CFB?
That alone, no. Not knowing more facts, no, I can't say. So people change what they do with their time and their lives pretty routinely. But.
Okay. There are many other topics that I would like to ask you about, but I think I have probably gone for long enough for the moment. So we'll pass it over to colleagues and circle back if time allows.
Thank you, Chair. We've been joined by Majority Leader Farias, and we have questions from Councilmember Brewer.
Thank you. Picking up on Chair Ressler's question. So if somebody works for the city, like a city job, and they're volunteering for the campaign, but it's a substantial job in the campaign, is that legal? It always seemed to me kind of strange. You're working for the city, you get a city paycheck, and you have a fairly substantial role in the campaign.
I think we are now, at least in part, perhaps in the realm of the Conflicts of Interest Board, not my area of expertise or my agency, in terms of any restrictions on specific types of employees doing any sort of partisan work. But setting that aside and sticking to the campaign finance law application, again, the rule is if you are actually being paid by someone or an entity, by an employer to work for a campaign, and I'm talking literally the hours that you're volunteering, you're knocking on doors for the campaign, if you're on the clock for an employer, that employer is making an in-kind contribution to the campaign.
Okay. But if you're working for the city, I don't know if that would be an in-kind campaign contribution?
It would be, and it just because, and it would still be subject to amounts. This New York City, I suspect that the individual who's engaging in that conduct has bigger problems, perhaps even than the city would as an illegal contributor to a campaign. Okay. That employee is probably going to have problems with the Conflict of Interest Board for city time violations. But by the books, yes, if someone says that they're volunteering for a campaign, but they're not actually a volunteer, they're being paid, an in-kind contribution is being made to the campaign.
All right, thank you. Second, we're very supportive of doing more voter education at Rikers Island. And so I'm just wondering, we've been trying to get a polling place. We learned that's not possible because people are registered in their home location, blah, blah, blah. But what can we do with some of your outreach workers to help? I know Legal Services has been trying. When you got, I'm making this up, 80% of your individuals there are not sentenced. They're all eligible to vote. But I believe, if I memory is correct, I think 410 out of so much effort either almost voted or did vote. And so that's a very small number out of, close to 5,000. So I'm wondering how we can do more to help get them registered and voting at Rikers.
Yes, that's a great question. First, I will start by saying that we do have staff from our partnerships and outreach team that routinely work with a coalition of organizations and government agencies to increase participation and engagement at Rikers to make sure that people are registering, getting their absentee
How many
ballot.
people are you assigned there?
We have one full-time staff member assigned there, and then we routinely coordinate with other city agencies, with the Department of Correction, and with the Board of Elections as well. The Board of Elections is also represented in those calls. I would say a few things about Rikers. We do our best to get voter education materials there. The detainees have very specific needs because they can't receive an internet connection, so we often will customize materials so that you don't need an internet connection, particularly in elections where we are only publishing a voter guide online. but we do distribute materials there. I would also say that's highly dependent on the Department of Correction to be able to carry out. And what I would say as a general rule is that, I think the staffing there really try their best, but this is not their primary mandate. So this is really sometimes a tricky area because I think they try to be good partners and we're all doing our best, but there's always more that can be done. One other note I would have is the Department of Correction is a local law 29 agency. They are required to offer voter registration as part of their frontline services. We are required to give trainings to local law 29 agencies. The Department of Correction also has additional requirements that the council passed and included in the city charter about the information that they have to give to detainees. So we're always happy to work with you in particular on different ways that we can increase that education, because I think a lot of times the power of the mandate goes very far.
Yeah, it's good that you're doing all that. It's still very, very difficult.
It is.
And I'm going to say that we need to put extra effort into it. I would like to see more. We can talk further offline. Ranked choice voting, I understand it. I don't think anybody else does. It's a very complicated way of voting. And so I know I just want to get a little bit more understanding as to what you're trying to do to explain it to people. I will be interested this year to see how many people vote just one person, et cetera. I think we just need a little bit more creativity about, from the bottom to the top, blah, 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 and how that works. It's not, when I go out on the street, I'm on the street all the time, they don't know what I'm talking about.
Okay. One thing I do just want to say is that we did not conduct this survey, but an outside organization did, but it really tracked with what we were seeing from voters, which is that coming out of the 2021 elections, which is the first time ranked choice voting was used, the majority of voters at least reported that they understood it. However, when we looked at the data at the back end, once the results came out, we did an analysis, particularly of rejected ballots, so which voters accidentally ranked more than one candidate in the same ranking. And we did find that specific areas of the city had higher rejection rates. I will say those generally were in the South Bronx and East New York.
Right.
So what we are doing this time, and I also should note that the council passed legislation that we worked with the council on in 2021 to codify what we should be doing for ranked choice voting, and that included things like advertising, like publication of materials, like inclusion of information in the voter guides, and also community education. So in general, this election, we're spending $3.2 million on ranked choice voting alone. That includes an advertising campaign across the city, and it is driving people to our website where we have additional tools, such as tools that will help people practice ranked choice voting specifically. We have explainer videos on that website. We also publish and distribute to now hundreds of locations, thousands of pieces of literature that we have one-pagers and palm cards explaining ranked choice voting as well. We're doing an additional mailer to the geographic areas of the city I just mentioned that had a harder time with ranked choice voting when we first rolled it out. So we're just injecting some additional resources into those areas to ensure that they get that education. The last thing I would note, one thing that we particularly try to incorporate, especially in the community-based work that our partnerships and outreach team is doing, is that a lot of times language barriers further complicate ranked choice voting education, and a lot of times there are some communities or some voters who just need more intensive education, like they literally need someone to walk them through a ballot and explain it.
Yes.
So those are the sorts of things we try to incorporate into our programming as well.
Okay,
And
I mean, it sounds good. I mean,
Yeah.
lots of people don't go to the website, lots of people don't do anything online, so you got all of those issues to deal with also.
Yes, we're trying to reach voters where they are, and we know that different voters have different platforms where they're getting their information, and we're trying to take a multi-pronged approach.
Okay, I assume you're using WhatsApp, and you're using some of those other opportunities also?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, we'll see what happens. I think you're still going to end up with not understanding in some of the same locations, but we'll see, despite all that work. Just finally, how much do you spend on consultants? Is there like an amount that is different than, obviously, PS or OTPS? Is there an actual amount? And how many consulting contracts do you have?
So we pay for consultants out of two main object codes. I'm going to talk about one object code is 686. So that's for general professional services, and that's the part of our budget where we're really spending a lot on those voter education consultants. So that includes our design agency. So they're designing advertising creative. If you see NYC Votes ads around the city, those are the people who are doing it. They also design and format the print voter guide when we publish a bunch of editions in a lot of different languages. Our translation vendors come out of that budget, our video vendors, where we make our explainer videos in the video voter guide. So that is making up a bulk of the money in 686. And then in another object code, 684, that is for technical consultants. So those are our tech teams. The bulk of that money is coming from my division, Strategy, Products, and Innovation, where we're looking to partner within the next year with a lot of strategy consultants. We also partner with an outside vendor for Salesforce implementation, and that's going to help us retire a lot of our legacy software. That is the part of our budget where we pay for our vendors that do NYC Votes Contribute. If any of you use NYC Votes Contribute to collect contributions, we also work with an outside vendor on things such as the voter guide submission application. So when you're submitting your candidate profiles or your scripts for the voter guide. And then finally, for the nycvotes.org website, we are continually enhancing that website based on...
So you're going to try to do some of that in-house as time goes on. Is that what you're saying?
Yes,
so
that is the...
So the amount for both of them is what? Do you know?
Yes. So overall, of course, now I don't have the overall number easily in front of me, but I would say for 686, that is $11,365,000. And for technology services, that is $16,965,000.
Thank you very much. And just finally, Logan Gonzalez is wonderful. Just want to add that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we have questions now from Majority Leader Farias, followed by Stevens.
Thank you, folks. Thank you, chairs. Just a couple quick questions that are kind of around the same realm of voter engagement and accessibility. Has the CFB seen any increase in non-native English language speakers and voter turnout during recent elections?
We have. I will say a couple different things. One, we focus on non-native English speakers, so people who speak English as a second language or have limited English proficiency. They are one of our priority audiences, so we actually spend additional resources in our advertising campaigns and in our outreach strategy to try to reach them in language. And we have been continually engaging more and more. What I would say is, in those neighborhoods where they are primarily concentrated, because we also look at this when we're determining our priority geographic areas around the city where we're going to focus, I would say that voter turnout is persistently lower than in some other parts of the city. And when other parts of the city turnout is going up, that's true in those neighborhoods as well. And really, some of what we are trying to do is make sure that those get to the same level. So that's something we're going to take a look at. We publish a voter analysis report every year. We're mandated by charter to do that. So that is something we'll certainly be looking at after the 2025 citywide elections, because that's when we tend to see drop-off in participation rates between the presidential and city elections.
And in terms of the outreach that you're doing, I heard your response to Councilmember Brewer and the types of engagement you have vendors doing. Are you also looking at like non-traditional methodologies to reach the non-native English speakers? You know, a lot of the efforts that folks like the electeds have to do is we're on the Facebook groups and we're channeling the Facebooks, we're channeling the WhatsApp, we're doing the most engaged games. We're going to like ethnic media, quote unquote ethnic media as people refer to it.
Yeah.
Can you give me some examples of how we're doing that, especially in light of us now for only the second election in a row utilizing ranked choice voting and what you referred to earlier in that the ballots of people not quite knowing how to use ranked choice voting to their advantage or leverage and getting people that are their value-based in those areas seem to be lower.
So I'd love to talk first about our general approach that our partnerships and outreach team takes, because they go into communities and tend to tailor their approaches to the needs of that community. I think we're very mindful that one size doesn't fit all, and we want to be sure that it's really community groups that are driving our understanding not only of what the community needs are, but what are the best ways to reach them. So there's one thing I'll just say as a general rule. And what we've been doing is adding staff in partnerships and outreach in our language access team as well, so that we are increasing the number of in-person events. We are now funding more in-community events than we have ever done before. So giving money to host organizations to be able to rent their space. They are often either co-presenting with us, or we will bring in interpreters to engage communities face-to-face. In addition to that, I think we're always looking for ways to continue to be more effective, to assess what's working and what's not, and we would love to continue to brainstorm ways to do that with your office and with other council members.
Do you have the number of events that you've done either last year or since the last citywide election?
Yes, I don't have that on hand, but I'm happy to get that to you. At this stage, we're running hundreds of events each election cycle all around New York City. So we are happy to follow up with the list and provide
that would be helpful. I'd be interested to even see how many are in my either community board districts or my districts, depending on how you break it down. I have one last question, chairs. I appreciate your reference to the voter analysis report. In 2024, I don't have it in front of me with me today, and I don't know if you have it in front of you, but there's a couple, on page 41, I was looking through the report, and on page 41, there's a figure that highlights the areas across the city that are considered priority communities, which are the areas that have the lowest voter turnout due to lack of education or resources. But according to page 3 of that same report, the Bronx borough experienced the lowest voter turnout in the April primary and the November general election across the city. Furthermore, when looking at the same figure on the same report titled Voter Turnout by Community District General Election, my district fell into the same section as all the other priority communities in the Bronx 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, and 7. And that ranges from 43% to 50.6%, yet Bronx Community Board 9 is not considered a priority community. So just generally around, Bronx 9 not being pushed into becoming a priority district for voting, if we can discuss that. If we can discuss the algorithm that defines what priority communities are labeled for CFB, and any of the strategies, initiatives that you folks are looking towards on this election cycle, with just maybe 50 days away at this point, to get more people either in my district to turn out, to vote, to participate in their own local governance, and particularly around how we are engaging our CB.
Yeah, absolutely. So let me talk first about how we selected our priority geography areas. So we talk about two types of priorities. One is priority audiences. So these are broad groups of voters that we can see through the data have lower turnout, or they have specific barriers to participation. The other is we have priority neighborhoods or geographic areas of the city where we focus. And since I helped determine where those are, I'll just walk you through what that process looked like. As a first pass, we worked with very big spreadsheets and looked at voter turnout across the city. And not just voter turnout in any one election. What our data team has done is they've created what's called a voter participation score for every voter in New York City that looks at like a 10-year voting history. And that allowed us, through some statistical models, to find out what are the factors that would impact whether someone might have a lower voter participation score versus a higher one. What are the geographic patterns of turnout over time? So some neighborhoods have very clear patterns, and I would say that the community districts you named 1 through 7 in the Bronx consistently have some of the lowest voter turnout in the city. And there are a couple other areas of the city where that is true as well. But we also did a second pass, that just because somewhere isn't the lowest doesn't mean their turnout is great. Let me start by saying that.
Sure.
We sort of have our lowest turnout neighborhoods, I'd say some middling neighborhoods, and then your persistently high turnout neighborhoods relative to the rest of the city. So as a second pass, we took a look at, in the data, specifically voters with limited English proficiency, and what are the languages that are being spoken, and where are the areas of the city with the most limited English proficiency. And that allowed us to pull in some other parts of the city that might be considered like more closer to the middle, like I would say this is not a great name, we call it North Central Queens, but it's really, think of like the Corona, Jackson Heights, Flushing corridor, where you have a lot of different language communities, and those languages are the ones that are primarily spoken. So on that second pass, that was how we pulled in some of the other geographies. And that was our quantitative look at it. Then we did a qualitative pass, and our partnerships and outreach team did an assessment of the communities that we were identifying. And then from there, estimated what are the areas where we already have civic infrastructure in place and groups that are already doing work. I think it's fair to say one thing we would never want to do as a government agency. We want to support groups that are already doing the work. We don't want to come in and supplant those groups or Bigfoot them in any way. We don't want to duplicate work that's happening. So there were some neighborhoods that we actually dropped out of the process because we were like, there are groups there doing great work, and we don't need to come in and do the same work. Maybe we add some additional resources to those areas through our advertising campaign or through additional mailings, but we feel really good about the organizations that are already there. So that was how we sort of arrived on these geographic areas. What I would also say is while we want to stick to them for a pretty, for maybe 1 to 2 cycles, we also continually assess. Did we look at the right things? And we're always open to feedback about whether or not we actually did that. So while we are focused in those specific geographic areas, and that's where we prioritize trying to host events and things like that, we're still in every area of the city, more or less. So we partner with different organizations and council member offices all the time. We tend to show up when people invite us places and say, yes, we will come talk about whatever topic you would like us to, like ranked choice voting, of course, being top of mind for this election. So we're always looking at ways to do better.
Yeah, I'd love to keep talking about my district particularly. I mean, there's a variety of even dialogue I'd like to have with RCB upcoming, and some people might not be on the ballot, some might be, and what that means for engagement in my district particularly. And even just on the conversation around the groups that you may be saying are doing a great job, I have some groups that have come to mind, but they're not all, if any of them, I don't think any of them are just focused on civic engagement.
Yes.
My district also doesn't have any electoral clubs that help engage in any of this level of civic engagement, whether they're nonpartisan or partisan. So I'd be interested to see who you're looking at to say they're doing the work there, because I feel like more times than not it's fallen directly on me, and maybe I'm doing a great job in my office. But I'd love to talk about even looking or offering some more expansive groups that I know would be willing to receive information to help also disseminate it out to the folks that they're engaged with in the community.
We always love that. One thing I'll say is we find elected officials to be some extremely valuable partners in getting community information out. So when we are distributing field materials, some of our best customers tend to be elected officials, and we're routinely sending materials out across the city. We also work with elected officials all the time. We would love to work with you to identify groups that are in your neighborhoods, because that local knowledge is always extremely valuable. Since you are a reader of the voter analysis report, one other thing I would love to mention is that in our report that we published last year, one of our recommendations was that the CFB should explore maybe creating a fellowship program as a model. And we actually are working with the Institute of State and Local Governance at CUNY starting this summer to pilot that model in the South Bronx, working to place up to 15 CUNY students in 2-year fellowships early in their careers within community-based organizations. And one of the things we want to take a look at is this model really more successful model than maybe some that have been tried in terms of tailoring community engagement and education and making it very effective. We will look at a number of measures to evaluate that program, and we'd love to connect offline and talk more about that as well.
Yeah, that would be great. I mean, we have several different things happening in our community between, the CEC engagement, the mayor has like a public funding engagement, most councilmanic offices are doing participatory budgeting. There's like a general space where more civic engagement and education can be going outward into community to partner up and do that. So happy to continue the conversation offline. Thank you, folks, and thank you, chairs.
Question from Councilmember Stevens.
Hello, good afternoon. I just have a bunch of follow-up questions from both of my colleagues, just starting with the RCB, because, obviously the districts that you're talking about with kind of low voter turnout is a huge part of mine. And it's not just the South Bronx is the West Bronx because they always try to lump us all in. And I just have huge concerns because I've seen no real outreach done in my community, in my district. And so I would love to just understand and get more specific around what exactly are the additional resources that's being sent out to these districts and what does that look like? Because if we have a high number of ballots in these places being rejected, how do we use the last 4 years to really educate and do this work and not wait, a few weeks before the election? So I would love more specifics.
Absolutely. And one thing I would also note is the big election for ranked choice voting was 2021 because we used that the first time. We also continued that education in 2023 and are looking to
What did that look like? Because again, I just want to be clear and not to cut folks off, but I'm in the district and I've seen nothing being done. Only outreach and education that has been done by my office, and that is not fair. So I would really want specifics around what are the additional resources happening currently that you were saying that we saw that these ballots were being rejected at higher numbers in these areas. What are the specific things that are being done? And then also, how do we use the last 4 years to actually educate people on it? Because I'm telling you, I'm confused. I would love dates and the groups you're working with, because I've seen zero being done except what I have done.
I can provide at this time very high-level numbers, but I'm happy to connect with you offline and provide more specifics about what we've done in your district. One thing I'll note that we have found is when we try to engage the majority of voters, and I'm going to start out by saying all of us in this room are very plugged in elections. We think about elections all the time. One thing that we have found, particularly because the charter directs us to increase the participation of underrepresented voters, is that the majority of people we are doing outreach to do not think about elections or voting until much closer to the election. So we have found that the best way to engage them is generally about 6 weeks out. So we are launching ranked choice voting ads now, basically, to try to push before early voting and the election that ranked choice voting is the method that we will be using in citywide races. In addition to that, we are pairing that with a mailer to the South Bronx, and I would imagine the West Bronx as well. Happy to pull those geographies to ensure that there's overlap.
So, and I just want to stop you just a little bit because before you continue, and I'll let you finish your thought. But I just want to say, yes, we understand that trying to have things at the top of people's mind is important, but that did not mean that we should not have used the last 4 years to be doing outreach so it can be more familiar. And so it's one of those things where we know that this is new. It's still a nuance, and we also know that we had other elections that don't have ranked choice voting.
Yes.
So understand the confusion. And so understand my frustration when you already have communities that already are disenfranchised with voting and already feel not a part of the system, and we have not been consistently hammering them around this process. And so to me, it feels and looks like we're continuously disengaging communities who already are struggling. And so if we have a high number of ballots being rejected, we should have used the last 4 years to do education and not just the last 6 weeks. And all the things could exist. So we could do the last 6 weeks, but we could have also been doing the last 4 years so people could have a better understanding of what this is.
One thing I just will say at the top is I would never want to seem like we're disenfranchising any community, and I know our staff that do this work day in and day out would not, they also feel the same. One thing we have found, and I would love to talk further, probably not in this venue, about how to best balance voter education and avoiding voter confusion. Because one thing that we have found is that when we're talking about ranked choice voting around elections that do not use ranked choice voting, it increases voter confusion. So that's part of the reason why we try to cabin it to the election that's in front of us for when we will actually be using it. Because we have heard from voters, I went to the polls and it was maybe a state race and I thought we'd have ranked choice voting and we didn't. What's going on? So we're always trying to find some ways to ensure that we're giving voters the information they need at the time that they need it without adding to the confusion or compounding the confusion, because we use different systems all the time.
So I have a couple more questions. Do you have a list of the in-person events that you've been hosting specifically in the Bronx?
I don't have that with me at this time, but we'll follow up with you after this and get you that list.
And how continuously are they? Do you have them like monthly? Like what I would love more like details, because it seems very high level.
So we start our events for the upcoming election that's in June. We start those events generally in March. We will take January and February to reach out to community-based organizations, set up our calendars, reconnect with our partners on the ground, and then begin in earnest.
What organizations are you working with in the Bronx?
I don't have that list offhand, but we will get it to you.
You don't have no information. Okay, well, so just understand the frustration with a person who's in the Bronx, in the Bronx specifically, we have low voter turnout, and it consistently falls on the elected officials to do this outreach. And even to say that you don't have the organizations that you're working with, like how many are you working with? Like those things are important, because then that also gives us information that we can use to then go to those organizations and partner with them and continue to uplift this work. So we can definitely have a continued conversation offline, because I clearly have a whole bunch of questions and a whole bunch of concerns about this and how we continuously kind of drop the ball in a place that already feels like the government doesn't hear them and don't have them and are not part of the conversation. And I just want to note, this is one of the reasons why, because like we're not giving them the extra love and attention that is necessary in order for this to continuously be rolled out effectively. Thank you.
Chair Ressler.
Thank you, Chair Brannon. I just want to thank council members for their thoughtful questions, especially around RCV education. Just a few quick ones from me. In your testimony, Director Ryan, you mentioned that you're engaging an outside consultant in helping to develop a roadmap for improving the candidate experience and optimizing the auditing process. Could you just share who that consultant is?
You want to talk about Bloomworks?
We are working with Bloomworks, which is a company. They mostly got their start in the federal government in the Digital Services Office, which has now been abolished, but they have very deep experience in working in both the federal government, state governments, and in local jurisdictions. Helping.
Say the name again?
Bloomworks, LLC.
Okay.
Doing business as GovBloom. They work with government agencies and really help them to map out legacy processes, legacy tech, and figure out how to simplify and improve the delivery of service. So we are engaging with them in a number of what are called discovery sprints, where they're going to come in and do a deep dive and map out everything for us that includes the candidate experience from end to end. What is it that campaigns go through to register with us, to disclose, to get matching funds? They're going to map out our audit process. And we're going to be able to look at what are things that we can do to just improve the experience overall and to streamline and build new tech tools to support that.
And I presume you'll be talking directly to candidates and campaigns to get their feedback?
Yes, actually, I think that is one of the things that I find very exciting. I think that we have had some methods of getting feedback from campaigns, but one of the things that we want to do is prioritize more regular and real-time feedback and be able to incorporate that. And I think we could include anything from campaign focus groups to beta testing of new tech tools before we release them to wider groups. And we're looking at any and all of the options that are on the table.
And just to build off some of my colleagues' questions about ranked choice voting education, appreciate $3.2 million in funding around that and the importance of it. But back in 2021, the mayor's office made a significant expenditure around RCV, I believe to the tune of $15 million. Is that right?
That is what they said.
What does that mean?
I mean, there was a press release that they were going to spend $15.5 million, but I don't know how much they actually spent.
Do you have reason to think they didn't spend the money?
I would say, given my experience in government, it's very hard to spend that amount of money on that time frame.
Okay.
Particularly around advertising when you have to book far in advance. It's hard to inject millions of dollars with weeks before an election because other people have already bought up all the ad space.
We can go back and check how much they effectively spent down, but under any circumstances, they spent a lot of money. Maybe
Yes.
they didn't spend all 15 million, but they spent a significant portion of it to educate voters around ranked choice voting. There's no similar spending happening this cycle, is that right?
What we are spending this cycle is $3.2 million.
No, I understand that. I'm asking,
Not from the mayor's office.
there's no spending coming from any other city agencies to educate voters around RCV. So the full extent of the voter education is here. So I just mean to say, we've seen a dramatic reduction in spending on the part of the city of New York to educate voters around this process, despite this only being the second time, really, that this model of voting is being utilized. I just want to underscore the concerns that have been articulated by colleagues that I share. Okay, a couple questions about hiring. The CFB is not subject to OMB's 2-for-1 limitations. Could you just speak to your relationship with OMB as it relates to hiring and onboarding of staff?
Yes, it's my understanding that other city agencies, and I know former colleagues of mine who have gone through this process, other city agencies have to receive OMB approval to be placed at agencies. We do not go through that process. So when we are hiring, the only time between us making an offer and someone getting in the door and filling that seat is the amount of time it takes them to give notice and for us to conduct the required background checks.
Okay. And I just want to come back to, one follow-up on some of the earlier questions. It struck me, Director Ryan, that you really underscored with broad subpoena power, you're able to access the information that you feel is necessary to properly investigate campaigns. We also have an audit team that does this work and looks at things post facto. Are there investigative approaches that are currently used by the auditing teams that should be done by the CFB mid-cycle to try and ensure there are meaningful consequences when they matter? Are you looking at whether we should be expanding those investigative powers or that investigative approach in real time so that we're not in the same situation where Eric Adams, looking at these issues 4+ years, 4 years later, trying to fix them when it's far, far too late?
I'll say this, during my first year on the job, I committed myself to examining every aspect of the Campaign Finance Board's operations, to prioritize the hiring of a first deputy to help lead us in this assessment and evaluation of all of our processes and tools and approaches to this work. And we will be building out an even larger investigations operation in the coming months and year than the agency has had in its past. It's one of many areas that I think we can do a better job, a faster job.
Better job, faster job in real time during the election cycle of getting to the bottom of issues.
Yes, and it goes for auditing generally, pulling up more of the auditing processes themselves into real-time pre-election or immediately post-election. For example, one of the ways that we're taking a big step to speed up our audits is to issue our IDRs, our initial document requests, immediately after the June primary for candidates who are not in the general election. That's a major change in practice for the agency. Historically, the agency has waited until after the November general election to send out any IDR. So every step of the process and the auditing process is so integrated with our enforcement, investigation and enforcement process. Every step of it, we are re-examining, we're pressure testing, we're looking for efficiencies, we're building out, adding more resources and building out capacity where it makes sense to do so.
Right. I mean, I know you don't want me to talk in specifics because you're not going to talk in specifics, but we have a campaign for mayor, a front runner for mayor that's we know is extensively raising funds through lobbyists and people on a doing business data list. It's been widely reported. It's known in the universe, and yet we don't have the information to know and understand, has the CFB investigated this thoroughly? Do we know what Act Blue links are circulating and what information is being shared, and can we guarantee that the many thousands of dollars that are being raised by lobbyists illegally for this campaign are not actually leading to matching dollars and taxpayer funding inappropriately being dispersed? And so I am pleased that you're saying you want to expand those investigative authorities, expand these investigative actions by your team, do more in real time and do more during the auditing process, and that this is part of a review that you've undertaken. And I have confidence in your commitment to continue to improve the functions of the agency. I don't, though, feel like there is any effort to inspire confidence in the public for us to know that things have been properly looked at and investigated and resolved. The actions from earlier this week were a step, but it feels like there's more questions than answers, and that you're not able to share any information because things are still mid-review or mid-process or midstream. And so, it's, I think, important to voters to know this is what's been looked into, this is what was found, this is what's being held accountable, this is how a campaign is being held accountable during the election, right? And I just don't think we're there yet. And so I hope that as you think about expanding the investigative authority and doing more in real time, also think about how do you inspire confidence in the public and share that information transparently so that voters can make informed decisions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you all very much. We'll take a brief break, and then we're going to hear from the public on the CUNY budget and CFP.
Next Friday is coming? Okay, good. I mean, you're great and all, but like, come on. It's so funny that you can that's a shot. He said, like, for the people. Just the way it is.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. They only, right now, we only have. Let's go.
Okay. We're now going to open the hearing up for public testimony. I want to remind members of the public this is a government proceeding and that decorum shall be observed at all times. As such, members of the public shall remain silent unless they are testifying. The witness table is reserved for people who wish to testify. No video recording or photography is allowed from the witness table. Furthermore, members of the public may not present audio or video recordings as testimony, but they may submit transcripts of such recordings to the Sergeant-at-Arms for inclusion in the final hearing record. If you wish to speak at today's hearing, please fill out an appearance card with the Sergeant-at-Arms and wait to be recognized. Once you're recognized, you'll have 2 minutes to speak on today's hearing topics, either the CUNY budget or the CFB budget. If you have a written statement or additional written testimony you wish to submit for the record, just give us a copy of that testimony, give it to the Sergeant-at-Arms. You can also email us written testimony to testimony@council.nyc.gov within 72 hours of this hearing. Again, no audio video recordings will be accepted. Okay, I'm going to call up the first panel now. Heather James, Jen Gabori, and John Dennehy. Good afternoon. Whoever wants to start.
Stuck with me for the lead.
Let's do it.
And I know you are serious about time, so let me speak fast. Good afternoon, Chairs Dinowitz, Brannon, and council members. On behalf of the 30,000 faculty staff represented by the PSC CUNY, thank you for your continued advocacy on behalf of the City University of New York. On May 1st, Eric Adams announced that all funding cut by his administration over the past 3 budget cycles would be restored. CUNY's community colleges, funded largely by the city, have lost nearly 500 full-time positions since Adams took office. We've heard a lot about that today, and his restorations of $96 million in operating money plus $30 million for ASAP, ACE, and Brooklyn Recovery Corps at Medgar Evers are critical, and we thank you, especially you too, Chairman, but the whole council, for the work that you have done to get us to this point. And we don't have to tell you, because as someone said, we're preaching to the converted, that this is critical, but it just gets us back to pre-COVID funding levels. So we are here to ask you to do more to help us remain the people's university and to help us bridge the funding gap created by the federal government's attack on our students and on our research. Councilmember Dinowitz, I know you spoke about that at length, so thank you. We are fond of saying that we move more students to the middle class than the Ivy Leagues, but how can we continue to do that with, I think we're now at 78 stop work orders as of CUNY's latest count. This agenda is harming us when we're just coming back from the mayor's cuts. So what do we want? That's what I came to tell you with 20 seconds. Well, we are hoping for additional operating support to help us navigate the cuts mentioned. We are hoping to continue to move toward an ASAP for all model to expand our most successful programs. We support your ask, Chairman Dinowitz, for more money for CUNY Reconnect. And of course, we love the MetroCard pilot, and you will receive student testimony on the importance of that. So thank you, council members.
What is the total amount for your ask in addition to what's already in the budget?
Well, in capital, it's about 400 million. In operating, we're falling right now around 100 million. It's a little bit in flux because, to be honest with you, what we wanted to see was CUNY's new report on the stop work orders so we could give you a real number for the bridge money. We didn't want to just make it up. As of their March testimony, we were at 26 million. Now the number they used was a little bit different. I have a budget paper that's going to be hot off the presses, similar to CUNY's green sheet that goes with this, that I will get you by the end of business today, but about 100 million, just not exactly 100 million over exec.
Okay, thank you.
No small ask, of course.
Thank you. No, thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm John Dennehy. I'm a professor of biology at Queens College of the City University of New York. Our college motto, "We learn that we so that we may serve," has guided my action during the COVID pandemic when, as a virologist, I asked myself, how can I serve my city in this time of great need? My collaborators and I developed a wastewater COVID surveillance program for the Department of Environmental Protection and the Department of Health and Mental Hygiene. This program helped the Department of Health and Mental Hygiene to keep track of COVID's transmission surges in the city's communities. During this work, we discovered that these agencies faced critical personnel shortages in essential positions. I actually testified before the New York City City Council Committee on Environmental Protection in 2022. During this hearing, members of the council repeatedly emphasized the importance of expanding capabilities and personnel training in the public health arena. To address this challenge, I secured a $1.8 million grant from the U.S. Health and Human Services with Representative Grace Meng's gracious support to establish a CUNY wastewater epidemiology student training laboratory at Queens College. We also obtained $1 million from the National Science Foundation to create a wastewater epidemiology student training program helping STEM students transition from Queensborough and LaGuardia community colleges to Queens College. In the 1 year that this program ran, we trained and mentored over 30 community college students, and many of those are now transferring to Queens College. They would have spent this summer doing research and attending a DNA Learning Center sponsored boot camp at City Tech. Tragically, on May 2nd of this year, the NSF terminated this grant without possibility of appeal, claiming it no longer aligned with current NSF priorities. I believe the true reason was that we proposed training students from financially disadvantaged and underserved communities for high positions in the city agency. Ours wasn't the only CUNY grant canceled. At least 30 grants totaling over $25 million in federal funds, all reviewed and allocated by leading U.S. scientists with congressional backing, were rescinded through terse email providing no clear justification. And the process has been so chaotic, we're still trying to establish exactly how many grants have been terminated. Many of these grants funded student training programs that directly benefited the citizens of this city. These widespread grant terminations, combined with the proposed funding cut to NIH, NSF, NOAA, NEAA, the USDA, and other federal agencies, the move to reduce the indirect cost rate that allowed colleges to support faculty research. It proposed now roughly about 50% of every federal dollar that comes to the colleges is being cut to 15%. And this essentially threatened the entire CUNY research enterprise with extinction. There's no way the colleges can continue to support faculty research in this environment. These cancellations represent more than just lost funding. They are a direct attack on the health and well-being of all city residents, particularly those in underserved communities who would benefit most from these programs. CUNY has always stood as a beacon of opportunity and public service in New York City. We now need your vocal advocacy, your political engagement, and your unwavering support to continue our vital mission of serving the residents of this city through education and essential public health infrastructure. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Jen Gavori, First Vice President of the PSC CUNY. Like Professor James, I would like to thank you, Chair Dinowitz, and you, Chair Brennan, as long as Speaker Adams, because we know that your leadership is what helped get that PEG money restored. We heard a less than fully detailed answer today from, in our view, the CUNY administration on how they might, as you pressed, build back what was lost in the PEG cuts. We know that just under 500 full-time faculty lines were lost in the pandemic, and that was after years of kind of like city council funded stability in the de Blasio years at the community colleges, when that was not the case at the state. And so that is what we need restored. We need those full-time faculty lines back, and that's a problem. That's especially a problem in the context of the Opportunity Scholarship Program. We are tremendously excited by the governor's opportunity to bring folks back to the community colleges in these high-need areas, in nursing and computer science and in teaching. Yet, what we have is a kind of unfunded mandate that will cover student costs, but will not build the kinds of faculty infrastructure, like advising, like the University Provost said, but also the faculty to teach in those areas, as well as the program money to do so. And that's unfortunate. We now have a kind of unfunded mandate through the Opportunity Scholarship Program that's going to hit the community colleges first. So we are excited about what this does, but we don't want to see a hole blown into the city council. And we need nurses, and we need teachers, and we need computer scientists. And that's going to be an important then component of how we do it. And the PEG restorations going to full-time faculty lines would be one of the ways to kind of stop that hole. We really thank your opportunity, your focus on Citizenship Now. One of the things that Citizenship Now doesn't have that some of our graduate students workers need is support and expertise on visas. That expertise there wasn't a need for that in previous time. That's one of the kinds of things that we are struggling to figure out how to fill. We appreciate your attention to work study and the questions about what will happen to the libraries when suddenly there are not hundreds of workers all across CUNY who are doing the kind of daily work that keeps libraries open. And we are really grateful for Councilmember Brewer's attention to dorms. I work in a gender studies program where students come to me to talk about domestic violence in their homes, and there are not currently enough dorms in an emergency setting that I can send them to get them out of their home. And sometimes they drop out and they leave the city to escape. And there should be dorms available for many reasons, but that is also one of the other kinds of reasons, for emergency housing. And they just don't exist. Thank you so much.
Thank you all very much. Thank you. Okay, our next panel is Constance Lasolde, Akeem Pollock, Daniel Redden, and Davia Willis. Okay, you want to begin from the left?
My name is Constance Lessold, and I am testifying today in regard primarily to Medgar Evers College, the City University, which I have been involved with in past years intensively from the beginning. Just to give you one example of the very great importance of Medgar Evers, which I see that you have some special funding programs requested, and I am sure that you're going to be able to push them through. But to give you an example of the background, I spearheaded the funding of the Franklin Avenue Shuttle Neighborhood Garden, which was funded by the Eastern Parkway Coalition, which I've represented before. And at this present, that garden has gone on for about 50 years. The reason I'm bringing that into this is that we could not have had that garden, and we might not have had the shuttle at all had it not been for Medgar Evers College. Dean Maxwell gave us the space in the college and the materials for an outdoor summer youth program to build the garden. This way, those summer youth people were introduced to a college setting and participating there, as well as building a garden and a resource environmentally and in terms of neighborhood recreation fun, et cetera, which has gone on, as I say, for about 50 years. It is very important that you encourage the communities surrounding the colleges to be a part of the colleges in every way possible, particularly the young people. You have other summer programs. I know my son participated at Brooklyn College, Hunter College, Medgar Evers. It was not possible that he not go to college after, as a little boy, being a part of all those programs that you had in the summertime. It is so important to begin with the years before the high school even. And I hope you will encourage all of the City University to stay involved. We are worried about the future of Medgar Evers as a college that was built to serve primarily the black community in that area and the low-income community. That community is changing dramatically, and we don't know who the college will be serving now. But we want everybody to be served in the city of New York, and I just beg of you to keep those young people in the process. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Go ahead, just say your name and you can begin.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Daniel Redden. It's an honor to be before you again and testifying at this Executive Budget Committee hearing. My name is Daniel Redden, as I said, and I am the University Student Senate Chairperson and the Student Trustee for CUNY, but I also am a son of immigrants who grew up in Brownsville, Brooklyn, in public housing in NYCHA, and I had to work every single day just to support myself and my family, right? And the swipes that I got growing up going to public school, those transit swipes, those MTA swipes, was really essential for me to be able to go to and from just to survive. And 80% of those students who go to a public school in New York City go to a CUNY school. And you know, we did some data for some time and some surveys, and a spring survey found that 64% of students worry about affording transit, 53% have skipped meals to pay the fare, and 71% have arrived late or missed class because they lacked a swipe. And we know that attendance loss is always the first step to, dropping out. And if we want students to truly graduate, then we have to help them get to the classroom in the first place. And so this $5,000 appropriation in the green sheet this year from the CUNY budget request could possibly fund 4,000 semester passes, and each pass would be linked to a student ID, which lets CUNY track attendance, credit accumulation, GPA, and report the outcomes to this committee. Transit relief is it's the overwhelming sentiment and the overwhelming financial barrier, small financial barrier that CUNY students have highlighted. And so we're here yet again to reiterate that, and just want to say that one last time. So thank you, committee.
Thank you very much.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Davia Willis, and I'm a student at John Jay. I'm so honored to be before you all this afternoon, and thank you so much for having me. Previously, with what my colleague said is really what I'm here to echo. I'm an international student from the island of Jamaica, and that means that my attendance is primarily out of pocket for school, which includes me affording to be able to travel to school. My advocacy is not just for myself, but for all the students that attend CUNY, because I know that one of the primary issues that we as students face is getting to school. And if we're not able to, in order to reap the benefits of the resources available to us, we have to ensure that they're first able to get there. And so primarily what I'm here to do is to advocate and to once again reinforce the importance of having students access Metro cards and having them not to completely rely on or worry about how am I going to get to school, how am I going to complete school, or how long would I have to be here. And so that is all we ask, that you really strongly consider these Metro cards requests. Thank you.
Hello, good day, everyone. My name is Akeem Polak, and I am a student at York College and the Vice Chair for Legislative Affairs for the University Student Senate, where we represent over 245,000 students. So, as previously mentioned, we're here to talk about something fundamental, which is just getting to class. Too many CUNY students, they rely on public transportation, and this became a huge barrier, not a bridge. That's why we're urging the council to include the $500,000 in the FY26 budget to fund our pilot program for free Metro and Omni cards for all CUNY students. Through the USS, we've gathered petitions, over 5,000 students who shared how tired they are of choosing between the fare and their future. And, I've seen personally classmates skip meals, ask friends for swipes, or even walk long distances just to make it to campus. So it's not just an inconvenience, it's just unjust. And just to put all the numbers into play here, over 200,000 students, they depend on public transportation. And then a monthly Metro Metro card or Omni card costs $132. So that's around $1,500 a year. 64%, they worry about affording transit. 53% of students, they have skipped meals to pay for it. Over 70% have missed or been late to a class because of fare costs. That's a problem because it affects your GPA and your attendance record and overall your position in school. So these aren't just statistics, they reflect real setbacks, delayed graduations, and broken momentum. So it's about equity. Transportation costs hit low-income, first-gen, and working students the hardest. Free transit for CUNY students would immediately ease the pressure, improve attendance, and help more students stay on track to graduate. So we're not asking for the impossible, we're asking for an investment in potential, because there's a chance for the city to put its values into action. Thank you.
Thank you all very much for your testimony. Okay, now we're going to Zoom. First is Sakina Trice.
You may begin.
My name is Sakina Trice. I am a senior staff attorney in the Disability Justice Program at the New York Lawyers for the Public Interest. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today about the urgent need to support students with disabilities in higher education here in New York City. I am a person with a physical disability, and so this issue is personal to me in many ways, and I identify with the struggle to have services that are accessible and inclusive in my educational pursuit. Over the past year, NILPE has expanded our work in higher education accessibility, and we found that students with disabilities face significant, often systemic barriers to inclusion, particularly across CUNY campuses. Students come to our office detailing how they are routinely denied reasonable accommodations. They are met with hostility from the disability service offices that are meant to support them. They are harassed. They even explain how when their accommodations are approved by the DSO, certain professors still do not implement their accommodations. And so this is not just an issue of policy failure, it's a civil rights concern. Thus, we support CUNY's $2.1 million FY 2026 budget request to improve its Disability Services Office. These offices are severely understaffed and undertrained, and the stories we hear from students make it clear that staffing alone will not solve the problem. Ongoing training and accountability must also be prioritized. Although the budget includes some increases, which indicates little progress, it is still not enough to provide the proper supports to students with disability. We urge the council to investigate ongoing discrimination, allocate critical funding, and help us build a more inclusive system for all students. Thank you for your time and your commitment to equity.
Thank you very much. Now we have Christopher Leon Johnson.
Okay. Hello. My name is Christopher Leon Johnson, and I want to speak on this right now. All right. First off, this hearing, I believe that this hearing with the governmental operations was nothing but attack on Andrew Cuomo on behalf of the Speaker, Adriana Dale Adams. I understand that he took $1 million donation from DoorDash via the PAC, but the City Council need to be transparent and admit that a lot of these members, especially the chair of the governmental operations, takes money from DoorDash too via Transalt. Transalt takes money from DoorDash via their nonprofit. It's on the website. It's the facts. While a lot of elected officials love to stand next to Transalt and open plans. So at the same time, I understand that people can see that they can say that Andrew Cuomo took to fix the city took an unethical donation from DoorDash because they are trying to get rid of the minimum wage. At the same time, the minimum wage and charge the restaurants more money. But at the same time, the city council need to be transparent with themselves, and especially our controller, Brian Landers, that they work with DoorDash too. So it's kind of a hypocritical stance when we have elected officials that was outside City Hall, just as like Reynoso, standing crying about Andrew Cuomo taking a $1 million donation from DoorDash, but at the same time, he's one of the biggest champions, the biggest shills and panders to DoorDash via Transalt. They love Transalt. Reynoso was on camera praising Transalt. So if you love Transalt, you should love DoorDash too. So the same, but by the way, and one more thing about this, about the education committee is that, look, they need to have a special committee within the city council led by Ina Vernikov on the city council task force to combat anti-Semitism. Ina Vernikov need to lead that subcommittee into that city council. I hope that this finance chair and this education committee chair, Mr. Eric Dienowitz, make a subcommittee within the education committee on the combat anti-Semitism, because there's a lot of anti-Semitism in the city.
Your time has expired.
They need to work on it. So, like I said, thank you so much. Like I said, they need to stop this tax on Andrew Cuomo. So thank you so much and enjoy your day.
Thank you very much for that testimony. Okay, with that, this hearing, what is this, day 4? Yeah. Day 4 hearings are adjourned. We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you.